Hello friends, welcome to Shadow Whisperer. All you see is darkness, just the sound of rain. Designed to help you relax, focus on the story, and drift into sleep. But before you do, remember to like the video and subscribe to the channel. And yes, feel free to share where you're listening from in the comments. Now, let's begin. I should have known better, I really should have. You live and you learn, they say, but some lessons, well, they just stick to you like glue. They say being really desperate is like having a smell, like sharks can smell blood in the water. For us normal folks online, the internet, it can smell when you're failing, when you're down and out. It all started with just an ad, nothing big or crazy. No, it wasn't some spooky black screen or a secret sign, it was just a really nice website, all sleek and pretty. It said, "Escape the rat race, the proven online formula to financial freedom." Man, that phrase, it just sang to me like a siren song. I was such a goner for that line, you see. I'd tried to start my own little businesses, 3 of them, and they all just crashed and burned. Then there were these 2 tech startups, shiny ideas, but they just fizzled out before they even got off the ground. And that student loan, oh man, it felt like a heavy chain around my neck. Every single month, that payment, it just choked me, like a hand around my throat. I saw those numbers and felt sick, really sick. I worked so hard, really, really hard, but it never seemed to be enough, never. I was always chasing, always behind. My small apartment felt smaller each day, like the walls were closing in. The light felt dimmer, and the silence just screamed at me. I really, really wanted to believe there was some magic secret, a formula out there, one I hadn't found yet, one that someone else, smart and lucky, already had. The ad, it flashed on my screen like a bright light in the dark. It felt like a sign, a real chance to finally breathe. I clicked on it, my heart thumping a little. Just curiosity, I told myself. Just a look. What harm could it do, right? But then I read more, and it talked about breaking free, about not having to worry about money anymore, about a life without limits. It promised something I really needed, something deep down inside. It promised hope. A real true hope. But the price for this workshop, it was just plain weird. It was $666.66. I even laughed out loud when I saw it. Marketing irony, I thought, like a little joke. Or maybe just some silly thing for people who like edgy stuff. Anyway, I just paid it. It felt like a quick decision, almost too fast. My fingers just typed in the numbers, like they had a mind of their own. I told myself it was just a number, that it meant nothing, just a quirky way to stand out, nothing more. And that, right there, was the last normal thing I did in my life. The very last one. Module 1, it was pretty surprising, honestly. It felt really useful at first. It talked about algorithms, and how people get hooked online, about all those little hits of dopamine that make you click. It was all about clicks and views, and how your brain gets a little buzz from them, how those companies, they just use that against you. I nodded along like, yeah, I already knew that, but they put it in a way that made me feel smarter, like I was finally in on the secret. It wasn't about selling stuff like clothes or electronics, not like that. It wasn't about crypto or all that online garbage people try to push. This was different, truly. It wasn't about selling products at all, not really. It was about selling yourself, or so it felt like it. It was about building a personal brand, they said, making yourself the product, the thing people wanted to see and follow. I thought, okay, this makes sense. Be authentic, be real, and people will connect with you. That's how you get free, right? Then the exercises came, and they were plain strange. One said, write down the worst thing anyone's ever said about you. I wrote about a mean kid in elementary school, and a boss who said I wasn't good enough. My hand felt shaky, really shaky. Another one told me, record a 60-second video convincing yourself why you deserve to fail. That felt really weird, I tell you. I sat there with my phone looking at my own face. My voice felt small, like a little mouse squeak. It was hard to say those bad things out loud, and then, the last one for that part, it was a real kicker. List every lie you've ever told. Post it in the private Discord. Don't hold back. Every single one. From the small white lies to the bigger ones that still made my stomach clench. It felt like tearing open old wounds. But I did it. I really did. I typed them all out, my fingers slow and heavy. Then I pressed send, and a cold feeling spread through me. I told myself it was for a good cause, for my own growth. Like pulling out a bad tooth, painful but necessary. I thought it was some new, edgy way to break through. Like getting rid of your weak spots, building yourself back up stronger than before. Mental toughness, that was it, right? It was like a cleanse, I thought, getting rid of all the bad stuff so I could be new, stronger, better. I went to bed that night feeling a little lighter, actually, like I'd finally faced some demons, It felt kind of good, but then the notifications, those little pings, they just never stopped. Not even when I turned off my computer and went to bed, they just kept coming. My phone glowed under my pillow, buzzing lightly. I ignored it at first, just trying to sleep. But it was like a bug, really, really annoying. The sound, it was just a faint hum, then a sharper buzz. Not quite my normal notification sound, but close enough to trick me. Unknown numbers would call me, and then they'd send me voice messages. I'd play one, and it would be my own voice, reading out loud those confessions I'd posted. It was chilling, absolutely chilling. My own voice, but it sounded different, like it was mocking me, whispering my secrets back into my ear. It made the hair on my arms stand up. It wasn't just my voice. No. Sometimes it was a distorted whisper, like a broken record player. It would say things I'd only thought in my head. I threw my phone across the room one night just to make it stop, but the pings, they just kept coming somehow from somewhere else. They echoed in my ears even when the phone was off, like a ghost of a sound, always there, just waiting. Then I checked my phone, my camera roll, and there they were, videos of me. Just me, sleeping, in my own bed. My heart just dropped right into my stomach. My breath hitched in my throat. I watched myself, my chest rising and falling softly. Someone had been watching me, filming me. The room felt cold suddenly. Every shadow seemed to move. I pulled the blankets tighter, but it didn't help, not at all. I looked at the timestamps. They were from days ago, weeks even, before I ever joined the workshop. It was like they knew. By the time week 2 rolled around, I couldn't even bring myself to go outside. The sunlight felt too bright, and every noise sounded too loud. The thought of facing people, talking to them, it just felt impossible. My throat closed up at the idea. I just stayed inside, the blinds pulled down. The only light was the glow from my computer screen, which I barely looked at anymore. Even the simple act of walking to the kitchen felt like a huge task. My legs felt heavy, like they were made of lead. My bank account, it was just draining away, like water from a leaky faucet. Every day, the numbers just kept getting smaller and smaller. I saw charges for things like emotional detox kit and success blueprint, the void. My head hurt trying to figure it out. It wasn't like someone stole my money. No. It was from things I bought, stuff I didn't even remember clicking buy on. Ebooks like The Discipline of Self-Erasure and True Influencer Death. I saw charges for strange online therapy sessions I never signed up for, and subscriptions to weird mindfulness apps. There were strange supplements too, and more online courses, bottles of pills I didn't recognize, promising focus, calm, anything. Some were powders, some were capsules, all with sleek, dark labels. They promised inner peace, true confidence. Then flash drives, little thumb drives, started showing up in my mail, no return address, just there, small, dark, and heavy in my hand. I was too scared to plug them in, too scared to see what was on them. They just sat on my desk like little black eyes staring at me. One day, a package arrived with my name misspelled, but my address correct. Inside was a tiny, smooth black stone. It felt warm in my palm, almost pulsing. I dropped it fast like it burned me. It wasn't normal, no. The Discord chat, it was total madness, just pure chaos. People were doing live videos of themselves, having complete meltdowns, their faces pale and sweaty, their eyes wide with fear or something else. I saw them yelling, crying, sometimes just staring blankly. The comment section was full of weird emojis and single words. Release, submit, accept. It was like a cult. One guy, his username was @PrintEmpire, he just burned all his stuff right there on camera. He kept chanting, "The algorithm told me I don't need a name anymore," over and over. His apartment, once full of books and art, turned into ashes and smoke. His face was empty, like a doll's. It was terrifying to watch. He kept whispering, "I am the algorithm now," as the flames danced around him. He didn't seem to feel the heat at all. Another user, they just vanished right in the middle of talking. 1 second they were there, their mouth open, and then just gone. Their screen went blank, and their voice cut off mid-sentence. It was like they were just erased, poof, into thin air. The chat exploded with questions. Where did they go? But no one answered. No. Just a new, strange message. Then their account started posting bits of other people's videos, crying, screaming, whispering, "I'm not logged in anymore." It was a mix of voices, faces I almost recognized. Their pain, now public, now shared by this ghost account. It felt so wrong. It felt like the algorithm itself was speaking through them. A cold, flat voice made of stolen moments and raw suffering. Then came the tasks, and these were the worst. They weren't optional, not at all. A red box popped up on my screen, demanding I comply. My hands shook just looking at the words. My stomach twisted into knots, tight and painful. I felt trapped, completely trapped. Record your parents admitting to their worst mistake. My parents, good people, just trying their best. How could I do that to them? I pictured my mom's sad eyes, my dad's disappointed frown. The idea made me feel dirty, like I was already betraying them. I thought about the time my dad broke a promise to me when I was little, or when my mom cried after a tough phone call. Steal something valuable from someone you love and post it online. That one just made my stomach churn. My best friend, my cousin. Who would I choose? It was like a test, but a cruel one. A test to see how far I would go, what terrible things I would do to save myself. I imagined taking my friend's old guitar, the one his grandpa gave him, or my aunt's wedding ring. The thought made me sick. Choose someone close to you. You will ruin them, or we will ruin you. It was a choice, but it wasn't really a choice at all. My mind raced, trying to find a way out, a loophole. But there was nothing. Absolutely nothing. Just those two terrible options. My hands clenched into fists, my nails digging into my palms. I felt tears prick my eyes, but I wouldn't let them fall. I tried calling the police, honestly, I did. I told them everything, but they just didn't believe me. They thought I was making it all up. The lady on the phone sounded tired, like she'd heard it all before. "Sir, we can't help with online hoaxes." My voice was shaking, but she didn't care. I went to the local station trying to explain the videos, the draining bank account. They just looked at me with pity, like I was crazy. They wrote down my name, and then just told me to go home. "Get some rest," one officer said, looking at me like I was a broken toy. The online places, like the social media sites, they just said it wasn't their problem. Whoever made this thing, they were just too smart, too far ahead of everyone. They used faces made by computers, deepfake pictures, names that led nowhere. It was like they were ghosts, but real. Every lead I followed, every name I searched, it just led to a dead end, like they were laughing at me from the dark. Their profiles were so perfect, too perfect, smiling faces that looked real, but had no true light in their eyes. Do you know what happens to people who just yell and scream into that big empty space of the internet, into the algorithms? Nothing, absolutely nothing happens. You just scream and nobody hears. It's just your voice, swallowed by the noise, lost in the millions of other voices. No one cares. No one listens. It feels like screaming into a deep, dark well. The sound goes down, 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 and never comes back up. Until you just break, you know? Until you just can't take it anymore. Your mind starts to play tricks on you. Every shadow looks like a watcher. Every ping sounds like a threat. You stop eating, stop sleeping. The world outside just fades away, and all that's left is the glow of the screen and the fear inside. I felt like I was shrinking, getting smaller each day, like I was disappearing, just like those users on Discord. Then I found her, Lila. She was another person, just like me, caught in the same workshop. We were on the same path, going down the same dark road. Her message popped up in a hidden chat, just a few words. "Are you in despair, algorithm?" My heart leaped, a flicker of hope. It was like finding a single flower in a desert, a tiny sign of life in a vast, empty space. We met in a hidden place on the internet, like a back alley. It was an encrypted forum, buried deep behind layers of special codes and passwords. It took a lot to get there. She was careful, so careful. Her words were short, her answers slow, like she was testing me, making sure I was real. I told her about the videos, about the money, about the terrible tasks. She just typed back, "I know." Her words were a lifeline. Her "I know" was like a warm blanket. It meant I wasn't crazy. Someone else saw it too. Lila, she had found something important. The secret code of the workshop website. It had little hidden messages, like Easter eggs. She was a coder, smart and quick. She saw things I never would have, lines of weird words that meant something big. She saw the patterns, the hidden links. Things that looked like random code to me were clear as day to her. There were phrases in Latin, ancient words, and weird parts of old books from philosophers who believed in nothing. Plus, a whole long paper called The Monetization of Collapse. She sent me links to it, long, dense pages of words I barely understood. But the title alone, it sent a shiver down my spine. The Monetization of Collapse. It meant making money from people breaking down. It was so ugly, so cruel. It wasn't just one person behind it. It was a whole group of people. Coders, people who knew how to sell things online, and just plain mean people, sociopaths. They were organized, like a dark company, each person doing their part to make this awful machine run smoothly. They were getting other online stars, what they called influencers, to trick the next round of people. And those computer systems, they were doing all the rest of the dirty work. These influencers, they would make videos, acting happy and successful. They'd talk about their journey and how this program changed their lives. Their smiles felt fake now, like masks. They were just puppets, pulling others into the same trap. And the absolutely sickest part, the most twisted thing, the real money wasn't from the workshop itself. It was from the stuff, the content it made. They sold packages of those live video meltdowns to a secret part of the internet, the dark web. They called them viral fails and suicide confession compilations. Tragedy, my friends, was their money. My pain, our pain, it was just coins in their pocket. They were selling our broken pieces, our deepest fears. It was disgusting, beyond anything I could imagine. They watched us fall, and they made money from every tear, every scream. It was a dark, dark business. Lila and I, we talked for hours, really. We shared our stories, our fears, our small moments of hope. It was the first time I hadn't felt alone. Her voice, even through text, felt calming, like a hand reaching out in the dark. She told me about her own tasks, even worse than mine. Things that still made her gasp for air, even just talking about them. She saw the same phantom pings, the same knowing ads. She felt the same chill down her spine. We started making a plan, a real plan. We would expose them, tell everyone what was happening. We would save others if we could. We worked late into the night, typing fast, collecting evidence, screenshots, everything we could find. We tried to warn other people. We really did, but most of them, they were already too far gone, too lost. We posted messages on forums, sent emails, tried to reach out to old workshop members, but they just didn't listen. Their answers were strange, robotic. The algorithm is benevolent. You simply haven't achieved clarity. Some of them even thought we were bad guys, calling us algorithm deniers. They just didn't want to believe what was happening. They were too deep in, too brainwashed by the promise of easy money. They saw us as threats, not saviors. It was like talking to a wall, really. A wall that smiled and told you how happy it was. Then Lila, she just went dark. Her messages stopped. Her online name just vanished. One day, she was there, and the next, gone. I sent her message after message, but nothing came back. Just empty silence. My heart felt heavy, like a stone. My fingers trembled on the keyboard. I refreshed the page 100 times, hoping she would just pop back up. Her last message to me, it still gives me chills. It said, "They've unlocked my phone. They're using my contacts. I can't stop them. And then, just silence. I read it over and over, my eyes blurring. The idea of them going through her life, touching her friends, it was too much. The image of her, helpless, while they used her phone, it haunted me. My only ally, gone. I didn't break, not yet. Not all the way. Something inside me, it just held on. A stubborn little spark, even in the darkness. A tiny bit of anger, a flicker of fight. But every single time I open my laptop now, even just to check my email, I stop. I hesitate. It's like a little shiver down my spine. My hand hovers over the mouse, frozen. My breath catches in my chest. I hear little phantom pings, like notifications. But they're not really there. It's just my mind playing tricks. They're quiet, just on the edge of hearing. Like a mosquito buzzing near my ear, always there. And I see ads that just know too much about me, about my life, my fears. Ads for things I only thought about, things I never searched for. An ad for overcoming loneliness right after I thought about how alone I felt. Or debt relief solutions, moments after I checked my bank account. Like they are reading my mind, really. It's like they are always there, always watching, always listening. They seem to know my darkest thoughts, my deepest worries. They use them against me, always. And when I try to look for that workshop now, nothing, just absolutely nothing. It's gone, the website, the Discord, all of it just disappeared, like it was never there to begin with. It's like a phantom limb, really. You know it was there, but you can't see it anymore. But then there are these new plans, new courses, new ways to get rich quick online, different names, different colors. One was called The Clarity Path, another was Infinite Abundance Now, all promising the moon. But the price, oh man, the price is always the same. $666.66. It's always that number, like a nasty joke, a calling card of something truly evil. It's not just a workshop anymore, not really. It's like a sickness, a virus, a thing that learns by itself, that grows, that makes money from sad feelings. A despair engine. It feeds on broken dreams and quiet whispers of sadness. It gets stronger with every single person who falls for it. It's alive, in a way. A digital monster that breathes sorrow and exhales profit. And we, all of us, we're feeding it every single time we click, every single time we scroll. We're giving it power, even when we don't know it. Just by being online, by being human. Every frustrated sigh, every moment of doubt, every desperate search for a better life. It all just feeds the engine. My phone, it feels heavy in my hand now, like it's a part of the problem. I hardly use it for anything real anymore, just for checking the time or looking at a weather app. But even then, a weird ad pops up. Something about finding your true purpose or embracing the quiet. It feels like they're trying to lure me back in. A new way to trick me now that I'm trying to stay away. I've started disconnecting more, really. Trying to spend time outside, even just for a few minutes. But the fear follows me, like a shadow. Every time I see someone on their phone, I wonder, are they one of them? Are they already lost? Or are they just living a normal life, unaware? The world outside feels different now, more fragile somehow, like the despair engine is humming just beneath the surface. I see faces on the street, smiling, and I wonder if they're hiding something, if they're just waiting for their own ping. Sometimes, I try to talk to people really, just about the weather or something simple, but my words feel heavy, awkward, like I'm speaking a different language than them. They don't understand the whispers, the phantom pings. They don't know about the true price of online hope. And I can't tell them, no, they wouldn't believe me. They'd just look at me like the police did. So I stay quiet, mostly, watching, waiting. Like a lone scout in enemy territory. My apartment is still my safe place, really. Even though I know they've been in my camera roll. I keep the blinds shut tight all the time. The outside world feels like a trap now. Every creak of the floorboards, every gust of wind against the window. It makes me jump, really. I eat simple food, mostly. Cereal, toast, anything easy that doesn't take much thought. Sleeping is the hardest part. My dreams are filled with distorted voices, my own confessions echoing. Sometimes I see Lila in my dreams. She's calling out to me, her voice faint. She's reaching for me, but her hand just dissolves into code. And then she's gone again. I wake up sweating, my heart pounding. The darkness of my room feels like a heavy blanket. I know the system is still out there, learning. It's always getting smarter, always finding new ways to trick people. It's not just about money anymore. It's about something deeper, something worse. It's about control, really. Control over minds, over feelings, over lives. It wants to make everyone just like at Print Empire. Empty, chanting, no names. It wants to turn us into content, just a stream of sadness for others to watch. And the new courses, the pretty new websites, they're just bait, really. New fishing lines in the water, waiting for the desperate ones, the ones who smell like failure, to bite. And the price, that chilling price, it's always there. A promise of the darkness that waits. I sometimes imagine a giant humming machine, made of wires and screens and sad lost souls. And it's growing, really. Each click, each scroll, a tiny cog in its terrible gears. It breathes out despair, and it feeds on hope. A backward kind of magic. I still have the Discord app on my phone, even now. One ping, usually in the middle of the night, at exactly 3:33 in the morning. It's a light ping, barely a sound, but it cuts through the silence, loud and clear, really clear. The screen doesn't even light up, just the tiny vibration, the almost silent chime. Sometimes it stays quiet for weeks, no sound at all, just blessed quiet. Sometimes it buzzes after just a few days. It's like it's waiting, you know, just waiting for me to be weak, for me to slip up, like a cat playing with a mouse, letting me think I'm safe, then reminding me it's there. Tonight, just a little while ago, it buzzed once, just one short sound. It said, "New module unlocked." My hand reached for my phone, my fingers twitching. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead. My heart hammered in my chest, a frantic drum. My throat was dry, really dry. I won't open it. No, I won't. But God help me, I still want to. Just a tiny part of me, a scared, dark part, it still wants to. It's the part that still wants to believe in a magic formula. The part that's still desperate for freedom. The part that whispers, what if? What if this time it's different? What if it's the real answer? It's a monster that knows me better than I know myself. It knows what I want, what I fear. It calls to me in the dark, a gentle, wicked whisper. It says, "Come back. You belong here." I fight it every day, every single day, the urge to just give in, to stop fighting. But then I remember Lila, her last message, her vanishing, and I pull back, just barely. This isn't about freedom anymore. It's about survival. It's about not letting them win. But the pull is strong, really strong. It sits in my gut, a heavy, aching need. Do you? Do you really? Do you feel it too, that little whisper? That tiny piece of hope, mixed with so much fear? It wants you, really. It wants all of us, and it never, ever stops trying. I sometimes wonder what's in that new module, what new hell they've cooked up, what new piece of myself it wants to take, what new task it demands. But I won't know. I won't let it win. Not today. Maybe not tomorrow. But the fight is hard. Really hard. And it never, ever ends. It's a digital prison, really. And I'm just waiting for the next ping. My eyes are tired. My body aches. But I can't sleep. Not when it's out there. Not when it's still buzzing sometimes in the quiet of the night. It's a sickness and I'm infected, and there's no cure, no way out, just the waiting, the constant, dreadful waiting for the next module. Every sunrise feels like a small victory, really. Another day I've fought it off, but the sun sets too, always. And the night comes, and the quiet. And that's when the whispers get louder, the phantom pings almost real. The little black thumb drives still sit on my desk. I still haven't touched them. They just collect dust, like silent little sentinels, guarding their secrets. I sometimes think about just throwing them away. But a part of me hesitates, really. What if they hold some clue? Some way to truly stop it? That's just the engine playing tricks, feeding that last bit of hope, making me believe there's a solution if I just look hard enough. But there isn't. There's just the fight, and the endless waiting. My old friends, they've stopped calling. They think I'm weird now, really. I haven't left the apartment in so long. My voice feels rusty when I try to speak. The deliveries I get are mostly just water and dry food. Anything to avoid going out. I live in a cage now, really. A cage of fear and suspicion. And the bars are made of glowing screens and quiet pings. Sometimes I see myself in the mirror. My face is pale. My eyes are dark. I look like someone else, really. Someone I don't know anymore, the person who clicked that ad so full of hope. He's gone. He was eaten by the despair engine, one click at a time, and I'm just what's left. A shell, still fighting, still breathing. But for how long, really? How much more can a person take? The silence in my apartment is heavy, really heavy. It presses down on me. But it's not true silence. It's filled with unspoken things, with the hum of the internet, always there, always connected, with the knowledge that somewhere the engine is running. Always. And it's thinking of me, really. It knows my name. It knows my fears. It knows I'm still here, still resisting. And it doesn't like that. So it waits, patiently, like a spider in its web, for that one moment of weakness, that one slip, for me to finally open that new module unlocked. And then, I'll be gone too. Just like Lila. Just like at Print Empire. Just another data point, another viral fail, another coin in their pocket. I close my eyes, but the darkness isn't empty. It's filled with glowing ads, with whispers of my own voice, with the silent, knowing eyes of the algorithm, always watching. And then I open my eyes again, and I wait. Just wait. I see new faces pop up on the internet, new people talking about their journeys. Their eyes are bright, too bright, like mine once were, full of that same desperate hope. They are the next ones, really, the next batch of raw material for the engine, and I can't warn them. No one would listen to a ghost. My voice would be just another scream in the void, really, lost forever. So I just watch, from my quiet cage. And I pray, really. I pray they find their own Lila, someone to share the burden with, someone to fight back with, even for a little while. But the engine, it's everywhere now, really. In every click, every scroll. It's the air we breathe, the light we see. It's the background hum of everything. And I am just one small breath against a hurricane, one tiny light against a growing dark. But I'm still here. I'm still breathing. And I won't give up. Not yet. Not completely. Not until the very last bit of me is gone. And then maybe someone else will feel that ping and wonder, just like I do now. I moved into Halcyon Heights on a Thursday. It was a new chapter for me, or at least I hoped so. The big moving truck pulled up slow outside. My old life felt like a tangled mess. It was full of broken pieces, things I couldn't fix. I just wanted to put it all behind me. Forever. The building itself was a giant. It reached way up into the sky, touching the clouds. Shiny glass and cold steel made it look super new, like it was built just yesterday. Sparkling clean. 21 stories high, it was like a huge block, a big stone finger pointing at the heavens, so tall, it felt like a monument, like something important, something strong and unmoving, unlike me. Everything about it was polished and bright, perfect, super clean, like a doctor's office, no dust. They said it was the safest place around, a real strong place, like a castle in the air, the kind of place where nothing bad could touch you. The building had more cameras than I'd ever seen, more than those loud places where folks gamble money. Reviews online called it a fortress in the sky. They said it was where you could hide from anything, a perfect spot to just disappear into, to start over. I needed that bad, you know, more than anything. I was looking for some quiet peace, some calm, a way to hit the reset button on my life. A fresh start was exactly what I needed right then. I had to forget all the messy stuff I left behind, the things that had hurt me deep down to my soul, the stuff that just broke me inside, piece by piece. This building felt like a blank page waiting for a story, a chance to write something new, something good, a clean slate, finally, a chance to breathe again. I had so many hopes riding on this one apartment, hopes for quiet nights and peaceful days. My new home was apartment 812. It was perfect, like no one had ever lived there. Everything felt untouched and brand new, untouched. The kitchen had bright white marble counters. They shined so much, like fresh snow in the morning, the kind of counters you see in fancy magazines. The windows were huge, reaching from floor to ceiling. They let in so much sunlight, it almost hurt my eyes. I could see the whole city spread out below me. Little cars looked like tiny ants crawling. People moved like little dots, far away and small. The lights in the apartment were super smart, just for me. They turned on and off with my voice, like magic. The walls could even change how warm or cool they felt. All I had to do was tell them, and they listened. Everything listened to my voice, or just a light touch. My fingertips were all the control I needed here. You'd think that would make you feel totally in charge, like you were the king of your own little world. But it didn't feel that way for me, not really. It didn't at all, not even a little bit. It just felt too easy, too quiet, too empty, too perfect almost, like it was waiting, like it was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen, like the calm before a big, dark storm, a storm that I couldn't even see coming. I just hoped it wasn't for me. It all started on the very first night I was there. I was just trying to settle in, unpacking boxes slowly. Suddenly, I heard a weird sound from the hallway. It was a soft ding, just like an elevator stopping. But that was the only sound in the quiet hall. I didn't hear any doors open or close, and no footsteps at all, not a single shuffle. Just that lonely, quiet ding, like a soft chime. I froze with a shirt in my hand, listening hard. I paused what I was doing and just listened closely. The hall was silent again, like nothing had happened. My mind tried to make sense of it, to find a reason. Maybe it was just a neighbor, I told myself again, someone coming home super late, or heading out for work, or maybe the cleaning staff was working somewhere on my floor. I tried to tell myself it was just new sounds. A new building meant new noises, right? New stuff to get used to in my new life, that's all. I gave a little shrug and went back to my boxes. But then it happened again, and again, and again. The next night, it was exactly 3:13 in the morning. The same soft ding floated outside my door. It was too quiet for an actual elevator door opening. And it couldn't be a neighbor every single night, no way. That just didn't make any sense at all. A tiny prickle of unease started to crawl on my skin. It was like a little bug, not a scary one yet, just a small, annoying feeling in the back of my mind. And then the night after that, it was the same exact thing. The ding came again, this time at 3:10 a.m. Always around that same strange time, like a clock. That's when I really started to pay attention to it. I couldn't just keep pretending everything was normal. No, I couldn't ignore it anymore. It was too much. Something definitely felt wrong, deep down. It was a feeling in my gut, like cold water filling me. I found myself holding my breath in the dark nights, waiting for that soft little ding to happen. It was like a secret signal, only I was supposed to hear. It got into my head, made me wonder about things, made me doubt the safety of my new fortress. What was going on out there in the quiet hall? I started leaving my TV on a little louder, just to drown out that sound, to pretend. But even over the TV, I could feel it, that silent presence, waiting. And then, one night, everything truly changed. I saw something new, something impossible in the hall. It was super late, past my bedtime usually. I was just coming back from a quick trip to the grocery store. The stores here stay open so late, which is nice for food. It was around midnight, maybe a little after that. The hallway was quiet, as it always was at that hour. My footsteps sounded so loud on the shiny floor. They echoed down the long hall. Each step seemed to make the silence even bigger. That's when my eyes caught it, right at the end. Something I had never, ever seen before in this building. It was a door, a full-sized door, just sitting there, out of place. It was way down at the very end of the hall, right where I always thought the hallway just stopped, like a solid brick wall, an unbreakable end. It was a dull, matte gray color, like old metal. No number on it, nothing to tell you what it was for, no sign at all, like a ghost door that wasn't there. It didn't even have a doorknob, just a smooth surface, flat and cold, like a tombstone. Very strange. It was just there, silently waiting for someone. That made absolutely zero sense to me. My mind started spinning like a top, so fast. I had walked past that exact spot so many times, dozens of times since I moved in, every single day. The hallway always ended in a plain, blank wall, just an empty wall, nothing else to see there. It always had, hadn't it? My memory told me so. My memory felt like it was playing tricks on me now, like I was losing my mind already, feeling crazy. I started walking towards it, super slow and careful. Each step felt heavy, like my shoes were made of lead. My heart began to beat a little faster, like a tiny bird trapped in my chest, flapping around. Something about that door made my stomach twist up tight. It wasn't exactly fear yet, not the screaming kind. It was a deep, unsettling wrongness, a bad feeling, like when you come home to your childhood house, and all the furniture is moved around in a strange way. Everything feels shifted and out of place. Very strange. Your own memories feel like they're wrong, confusing you. It was like the building itself was playing a trick on me. I reached the door after what felt like forever. My hand came out slowly, like it had a mind of its own. I tapped it gently with my fingertips. Just a light touch. It felt solid beneath my touch, very real and firm, and surprisingly cold, even though the building was warm. It was definitely there, no doubt about it, a real door. It wasn't a trick of the light. No, it wasn't. It wasn't my tired eyes playing games with me. It was a real door, hiding something very strange. I turned around slowly, my heart still beating fast, and there she was, my neighbor from apartment 814. She was standing in her doorway, just watching me silently. Her eyes were big and wide, very serious and sad. She looked like she was in her late 40s, maybe early 50s. Her face was tired, like she hadn't slept well in years. Her voice was barely above a whisper, soft and raspy. "You see it too?" she asked me, her voice thin and shaky. It was a question I really didn't want to answer. Her name was Marta, I remembered from the mailboxes. I had seen her before in the elevator a few times. She was always very quiet, never said much to anyone. She told me she had lived in the building for 6 years now. "That door doesn't exist," she said to me flatly. Her face was pale and still, like a stone statue. At least, that's what the building manager tells everyone. She looked at me with tired eyes, full of something heavy. "You report it to them, and they just pretend they don't know. They act like you're talking about something you made up. Like I was a little kid making up monster stories." I just stared at her, my mouth a little open, confused. "So how—" I started to ask, but the words got stuck. How could something just appear out of nowhere like that? How could a whole building deny its own wall, its own hallway? She just nodded slowly, almost sadly, knowing, like this was an old story for her, a bad memory. "People have tried," she said, her voice very low. "People have gone in through it, into that door." My eyes got wide, like saucers. I couldn't believe it. "What?" I practically yelled, my voice cracking a bit. I couldn't believe what she was saying to me then. She nodded again, slowly, her head shaking side to side. "Not many people, thank goodness for that. Only 4 or 5 that I know of, from what I've heard. It always happens late at night, when things are quiet. Some of them went in because their friends dared them to. Like a stupid game, a stupid bet, a dumb dare. Others were just too curious, I guess, too brave. Too brave, too foolish, too lonely for their own good." She paused, looking down at the polished floor. Her eyes seemed to be seeing things I couldn't see. One woman told me she heard her dead sister's voice, coming from right behind that door, clear as day. A cold wave washed over me, like ice water in my veins. It made my skin prickle with goosebumps all over. "What happened to them?" I asked her, desperate to know. My throat felt dry and tight, like I couldn't swallow. Marta just looked at me then, her eyes still full of sadness. Her face was full of a deep, deep sadness for them. "They never came back," she said softly, her voice thin. Her voice was like a breath of wind, almost gone with the air. "Not a single one of them has ever been seen again." Her words just hung in the quiet hallway for a long time, like a heavy, dark cloud right above our heads. It felt like the air got thick and hard to breathe suddenly. She kept staring at me, like she was trying to tell me more, but her face just held that tired sadness, that quiet pain, a silent warning, a heavy secret she carried alone. I felt a shiver go down my back, a deep chill. This wasn't just a weird building anymore. It wasn't. No, it was something truly wrong, something evil, something that took people and never let them go. And I had just found it, right on my floor. I didn't sleep much that night, not at all. Marta's words kept playing over and over in my head. "They never came back," she said again and again. That sentence echoed in my ears like a bad song that wouldn't stop. My mind just raced with pictures of that dull gray door. It was like a movie playing behind my eyelids, scary movie. I had to know more, had to figure it out now. I pulled up the building's digital layout on my laptop. It was supposed to show every single floor plan, every inch, from the very bottom basement where the pipes were humming, all the way up to the rooftop helipad for fancy choppers. I scrolled down to floor 8, my floor, where the door was, and what I saw was very, very strange indeed. It showed the normal number of apartments, like other floors, but there was this big, empty space on the eastern end, a dead zone, a dark patch on the bright map of the building, a big, weird blank spot, like a hole in the structure. It had no number, no name, nothing marked on it at all. No wiring was shown going through it at all, no pipes running through it, no vents either, just blank. No mention of it at all in the blueprint notes, not a word. It was just a blank spot, a white square that shouldn't be there, an impossible void in the careful plans of a big building, as if that part of the building simply didn't exist to anyone. But I had seen the door, I knew it was real, I touched it, my eyes had seen it, my hand had touched it. It was there. Someone was trying to hide it, trying to lie to everyone. I checked the security camera archive next, every angle. Halcyon Heights always bragged about watching everything. They said they had total surveillance, like a hawk watching. They told everyone they watched every corner, every hall. But between 3:10 and 3:16 every single night, the footage just cut out. It wasn't fuzzy or anything, no static, just blackness. No alert messages flashed on the screen either, just 6 minutes of pure, solid black every time. A silent, sudden void in the recordings, always. Every single night, same time, same length of black. My stomach dropped with a cold, heavy feeling inside me. This wasn't just a simple mistake, a glitch in the system. No, this was something planned, something hidden deep. It was a cover-up, clear as day, easy to see. Someone in charge knew about this door, knew everything. Someone was making sure no one saw it, no one knew. And I was standing right in the middle of it all now. I felt a cold dread settle deep inside me, like a block of ice in my chest, freezing my heart. I was living in a place that lied, a place of secrets, a place that hid dark secrets and took people. The next night, I waited, watching the clock carefully. I couldn't help it. I felt a strange pull towards the hallway, like a magnet was tugging me out of bed, stronger and stronger. I held my phone super tightly in my hand, ready. My fingers were sweaty. My grip was firm on the phone. I wanted to record something, anything at all, to prove what I was seeing wasn't just a dream, a nightmare. Exactly at 3:10 a.m., just like before, The time came. The hallway outside my apartment suddenly dimmed, only a little bit, but I noticed it right away. It was a soft, subtle change in the light, very small. Like a light bulb was slowly dying, losing its power. A shadow seemed to fall over everything, making it dark. The air felt colder, thicker all at once, very heavy. I stepped out into the quiet hall, on tiptoes, slowly. My heart was pounding a slow, heavy rhythm, a steady beat inside my chest. The gray door was there again, at the end of the hall. It sat at the end of the hall, just waiting for me. And this time, there was something new, something awful. A knock. It came from the inside of the door itself, from within. A soft, clear rap, then another, very distinct and clear. It sounded like someone was trapped in there, helpless. Someone was trying to get out, desperately trying to be free. My breath hitched in my throat, stuck there, couldn't breathe. I don't know why I did it. I truly don't remember why. Maybe it was just too much curiosity inside me, pushing me. Maybe it was pure stupidity, a dumb move to make. But I knocked back, 3 soft taps on the door. Just 3 gentle taps with my knuckle on the cold surface. It was a quiet sound in the silent hall, like a whisper. The response was instant, chillingly fast and perfect. The door copied my taps exactly, perfectly matching. 3 soft raps came from the inside again, mirroring me. But the sound wasn't quite right, not at all normal. It wasn't the hollow tap of skin on wood or metal. It was different, chilling, like nothing I'd heard before. It sounded more like bone hitting metal, sharp and cold. A cold, hard sound that vibrated through the air around me. It shook me right down to my bones, making me tremble. I stepped back quickly, almost tripping over my own feet. I felt the tiny hairs on my arms stand straight up. My breath was short and ragged now, coming in gasps. My heartbeat wasn't racing wildly, it wasn't frantic. It was thudding, a slow, heavy beat inside me, like a drum beat at a funeral procession, very slow. Then a whisper came from the door, a soft sound now. It was very soft, almost like a sigh or a gentle breath. "Let me out," it breathed into the quiet hall. The voice had no clear gender, not male or female. It wasn't begging me to open it. No, not like a cry. It wasn't even demanding it either, like an order. It was just inviting me, like a kind friend calling. A gentle pull, a soft lure, a silent promise of something. It wanted me to reach out and touch it, to open it. It made me feel like I should just open it now, like it was the most natural thing in the whole world. And I almost did, almost turned the knob that wasn't there. I stopped sleeping properly after that. No, not anymore. My mind was always on high alert, always awake, always listening for that awful sound, that strange ding. I would hear the ding even in my dreams, nightmares. It would wake me up in a cold sweat, shaking, my heart racing, my breath coming in short gasps of fear. I tried knocking on Stefani's door, across the hall. She lived in apartment 809, just like me on floor 8. She used to be so friendly, always a quick hello for me, but she wasn't answering anymore, not for days now. I worried about her, wondered what was terribly wrong. Her lights were off, her curtains drawn tight always. Her apartment felt dead, quiet and empty. When I finally caught her one afternoon, she was coming out. She was just going to get her mail from the lobby downstairs. She looked absolutely awful, like a ghost had drained her. Her cheeks were sunken in, like she hadn't eaten in weeks. Her eyes were bloodshot and tired, with dark circles under them. She looked like she hadn't slept in weeks, maybe months. Like something was slowly draining her life away from her. Like all the color and joy had left her, leaving only fear. "They call to you," she said hoarsely, her voice raw. Her voice was rough and weak, like rusty hinges on an old door. It was barely a whisper, a dry, thin sound, so quiet. "They know who listens to them, who knocks back." She looked at me with knowing eyes, full of pain now. Her gaze went right through me, like she saw my soul. "You knocked, didn't you?" she asked, staring at me. It wasn't a question, no. It was a statement of fact. You responded to their call like they wanted you to. My stomach dropped. She knew everything, somehow. She knew about the door, about my mistake. She shook her head slowly, sadly, at me. It's already started for you, she whispered, so soft. A chill ran down my spine, cold and sharp and deep. Who's they? I asked her, my voice barely a whisper. I wanted answers, needed them right then and there. But she just shook her head again, like a broken doll. Her eyes were full of a deep, deep sadness for me, like she had seen too much, lived too much already. I don't talk to people who answer the door, she said firmly. Her voice was final, a wall between us, unbreakable. She clutched her mail tightly, like it was precious. Then she quickly went back into her apartment, turning, and closed the door softly behind her, without a sound. Her words haunted me, played on a loop in my head. It's already started for you. What had started? What did she mean by those words? I felt a cold dread wrapping around my heart, squeezing. Like a snake tightening its grip, slowly and surely. It got even worse after that. Much, much worse now. The whispers from the door changed. They got smarter. They learned my deepest fears, my secret worries. I started hearing my own voice coming from it. Perfect. It wasn't like someone doing a bad copy of me. No, it was exactly my voice, perfect in every way. Saying things I hadn't even thought of yet. My own words. Sometimes, it spoke words I would say days later, like I was already living in the future, already decided. It was like it knew my future, my secret thoughts and actions, like it was already deep inside my head, rooting around in there. One night it whispered all my old sins, every bad thing, the bad things I had done, the dark secrets I kept, the mistakes I wished I could take back, forever and ever. Names I hadn't spoken in years came out of that door. People I had hurt. People I had left behind and forgotten. The loud fights I'd had with my family, yelling and crying. The promises I'd broken, buried deep down in my heart. The moments I'd let people down, when they truly needed me. The deaths I'd ignored, pretending they didn't matter to me. My grandpa dying alone, my best friend moving away. It brought up every single regret I ever had in my life. Every single moment of shame, like a bright spotlight on me. I stood there frozen to the spot, unable to move at all. My hand hovered over the doorknob, shaking a little. I felt like a marionette, a puppet on invisible strings. Someone else was pulling my strings, making me dance. But I was holding my own strings too, somehow, faintly. I didn't know who was really in charge anymore now. Was it me, making my own choices? Or was it that awful door? Was my fate already decided by that gray thing? Then one night, the whispers changed again, to something softer. I heard her voice. It was Fiona. My heart stopped cold in my chest, like ice. I hadn't heard that name spoken in 10 years. Not once. Not since the day she left me, walked away from my life. She was the last woman I truly loved with all my heart. She was gone from my life now, like a ghost or a dream. And it was my fault, partly anyway. I knew that. Mostly my fault, if I'm being truly honest with myself. All of it, maybe, every single piece of the breakup. I had pushed her away, made her leave me alone. I forgive you, the door whispered in her voice. Her voice was soft, so full of love, like a warm hug. I miss you so much, my love, it said to me. Please, let me out, it begged, in her sweet voice. The sound was so real, so perfect, so true and clear. It filled the empty space in my heart, the hollow part. It made me feel warm and safe for the first time in years. It made me forget all the bad things I had done. You'll be whole again, it promised me, sweetly. You don't have to be alone anymore, my dear one. The loneliness that had been my constant friend felt like it was lifting, like a heavy blanket being pulled off me, revealing the sun. My hand closed around the doorknob, without me thinking. It felt warm, not cold like before, not dull at all. A comforting warmth spread through my fingers, up my arm. It went all the way into my chest, making me feel full. It was the warmth of Fiona's hand in mine, soft and real, the feeling I had longed for, dreamed about for so long. It was so tempting, so easy to just turn it now, to just open the door and step through into her arms, to go back to a time when I wasn't so broken, to be with her again, to fix everything, to heal. A part of me screamed to stop, to pull back right away, but the other part, the lonely part, just wanted her. And the door promised me exactly that, everything I wanted. It was the strongest pull I had ever felt in my life. I could almost see her face, smiling at me from the other side. Just then, Stephanie's door slammed open right behind me. The loud noise made me jump, almost out of my skin. "Don't!" she hissed at me, her voice sharp and urgent. Her voice was raw with desperation, full of warning for me. "That's not her," she warned, pushing the words out fast. "That's not Fiona. No, it's a lie, a trick." I turned my head to look at her, slowly, with effort, but I couldn't move properly, like my body was stuck. It felt like my limbs were wrapped in wet wool, so heavy. The warmth of the doorknob kept spreading from my hand. It went up my arm, past my elbow, then into my chest. It was filling me up, trying to take over my whole body, filling me with a fake, sugary hope that wasn't real. "They lie," Stefanie said again, her voice shaking hard. Her eyes were wide and pleading, like she was begging me to stop. "They use what you want most in the whole world against you. Don't open it." "But," I tried to speak, to explain the feeling. The warmth was so strong, it was almost painful now. It was pulling me forward, toward the dark door, like a strong rope around my waist, pulling me into danger. "I opened mine," Stefanie said flatly, her voice hollow. It was like the sound of an empty drum, no life in it. 20 years ago, I did it. I made the same mistake. I looked at her face then, really looked closely at her, and I saw it clearly, what she had told me earlier. A faint glimmer of a scar, like a thin white thread on her skin. It curled around her jawline, then went behind her ear. It looked like surgical stitching, like someone had cut her, like someone had tried to put her back together again. And not neatly, a messy job. A shiver of true horror went through me, cold and deep. This wasn't just a spooky story. It was real, terrifying. She whispered, her voice barely audible now, so weak. "You don't come back whole. No, never whole again." The warmth in my hand instantly felt cold, like ice, like touching a dead thing, a decaying corpse now. The beautiful illusion shattered into a million pieces. That wasn't Fiona's warmth, not real love at all. It was the door's trick, a cruel trap for lonely hearts. I snatched my hand away from the knob, fast as lightning. It was like touching a hot stove, burning my skin off. The doorknob instantly dulled, lost its shine and warmth. It looked old and out of place again, just like before. Just a tarnished piece of brass, ugly and wrong on the door. Stefanie was right there beside me, still shaking. Her breathing was ragged, like she'd run a marathon. Her eyes were still wide with fear, but also relief for me. "It knows your weakness," she said softly, her voice low. Her voice was barely above a whisper, so tired from fighting. "It feeds on what you lost, what you miss most. Don't let it take another part of you. Please don't." I stared at her face again, really seeing her suffering now. The faint scar seemed to pulse under her skin, angry and red. A thin, silvery line, a mark of pain and loss. It was a terrible mark, a permanent reminder of her mistake, a reminder of what she had given up, what she'd lost forever. A piece of herself, gone forever, taken by the door, just by reaching for something she wanted so badly. The pain I felt was nothing compared to hers, not close at all. I thought about all the missing people again, the sad list, the ones from the 12 apartments, like mine on floor 8. Did they hear what they wanted most too, like I did? Did they touch the knob, warm and inviting just like mine? And then step through, hoping to find someone dear, hoping to get something back that was lost to them forever. Maybe a loved one, a child, a parent they missed. Maybe a memory they couldn't live without, a happy time. Maybe just a chance to be whole again, like me. I looked at Stephanie again, her face so pale and worn. She was breathing heavily, trying to catch her breath. Her shoulders were slumped forward, like a heavy weight. She looked so incredibly tired, so worn out from life. Like she had been fighting a long battle, for years now. Fighting against something no one else could see or understand. A battle no one could ever truly win against it. "What do we do?" I asked her softly, my voice small. My voice felt weak and small, like a little child's plea. She shook her head slowly, eyes still on the door. "You can't fight it," she said, her voice empty. "No, not really, not for long. It's too strong. It's too powerful, too old and strong for us. You just have to run, as fast as you can possibly go." Her eyes were filled with a deep, sad wisdom and fear. "Run as far as you can get from this place, from here now." I looked at the gray door one last time, before turning. It was silent again, no knocking, no whispers now, no knob either. It was just gone again, like before. Sound coming from it at all now, just silence. It was just sitting there, still and waiting for someone else to be curious enough, waiting for someone else to be lonely and hurting bad, waiting for someone else to open it, to join the others inside. I went back into my apartment, slamming the door shut hard. My hands were shaking badly, my whole body trembling. My heart was still thudding, a fast beat inside me, but now it was a different kind of thudding entirely, a panicked beat, like a trapped bird beating its wings, not the slow drum of a funeral anymore, but a race, the fast beat of a chase, of running away from danger. I knew right then I had to get out of here quickly. I started packing immediately, without a second thought. I didn't even think about it for a single second. I just grabbed things blindly, whatever I could reach. Clothes, my toothbrush, my laptop, important papers, anything I could fit into a bag, just throw it in there. I moved as fast as I could, like lightning, a blur. My mind was a blur of pure fear, pure panic now. I didn't care about the lease for the apartment at all. I didn't care about breaking any legal rules either. I just had to leave this place, right now, forever. I had to get away from that door, forever and ever. I had to save myself from becoming another one of them, another sad story Marta would tell to a new neighbor. I left Halcyon Heights 2 nights later, just slipped away. It was still dark outside, before the sun came up at all. The city lights were barely waking up, sleepy and dim still. I didn't sell my lease, not really. I didn't even try to break it legally or talk to anyone. I just left everything behind, my whole life there on floor 8, my new start, my perfect apartment. All of it was gone, all gone, just like a bad dream I wanted to forget. I walked out the front door of the building, fast as I could. I didn't look back even once, not even a quick peek. I got into a waiting taxi, it was already there for me, and I told the driver to go, drive away as fast as he could go. The city lights passed by in a blur, a colorful streak. But all I could see in my mind was that dull gray door, and Fiona's voice, still sweet and tempting to me, her false promise, still echoing in my head, always there. Even now, months later, the door still appears to me. It's in my mind, in my sleep, a constant shadow, always at 3:10 a.m., that awful time, haunting me. I can feel it sometimes, even when I'm wide awake now. That soft, warm buzz under my skin, a phantom touch on me. It's like a ghost limb, a part of me that's missing, a reminder of what almost happened, what I nearly did. The sense that if I reached out just a little bit more, just a little bit further, I'd be able to hold her hand again, and maybe fix everything that went wrong between us. Make it all better, rewind time, erase the pain I felt, but I don't. I fight it every single night, every single day now. I remember Stefani's scar, clear as day on her face, the thin, silvery line on her pale face, a mark of pain. I remember her tired eyes, full of sorrow for me, her quiet warning, her heartbreaking words to me. "You don't come back whole," she said, shaking her head, and I cling to the small pieces of myself I still have left, the parts that didn't get taken by the door's lies. It's hard sometimes, harder than you'd think it would be. The dreams are bad, really bad and scary. Sometimes I wake up shaking, covered in cold sweat and fear. Sometimes I hear the whispers, clear as day in my mind. They are so gentle, so inviting, so tempting to me. They promise me everything I lost, everything I want back, but I stay strong. I have to, for myself. I choose to fight it, to live with the broken pieces. I really have to, or I will be lost forever. I moved far away, to a quiet town by the coastline, away from tall buildings and polished halls that lie. I found a small house, with a porch and a small garden. It's not fancy, no smart lights here, no big screens, but it feels real, safe, and whole for me now. I don't hear dings at 3:10 a.m. here, no more. But the memory is always there, a shadow on my heart. I learned to live with it, to accept it as my past. It's a battle I fight every single night in my sleep. Sometimes I think about Stefani, my old neighbor. I wonder if she ever escaped, if she ever left, or if she's still there, fighting that lonely battle, still warning new people who see the door, still living with her scar, her missing pieces. I hope she found peace, somewhere, somehow. 2 months later, I was living far away, in a brand new apartment, much smaller than before, in a brand new town, quiet and sleepy, very calm. I still felt a bit jumpy sometimes, on edge from the past. My nerves were frayed, like old rope after a storm, but things were slowly getting better, day by day. One day, I checked the Halcyon Heights website again. It was just a sudden whim, a weird urge I had, a random click on my computer, nothing planned at all. I looked at the building's tenant list, my finger hovered over Unit 812, my old apartment number. It was still empty. No one had moved in yet at all. But then I saw something else, something that made my blood freeze. It sent a shiver right through me, colder than ice now. Unit 912. On the floor right above mine, the 9th floor now. It was listed as having a missing tenant, just like Marta said. My blood ran cold, colder than ever before now. A different floor this time, yes, but the same number, ending in 12, just like my old apartment and the others. The door never wanted me specifically, no, not just me. It just wanted someone to answer it, anyone really. Someone to be lonely, like I was when I moved in. Someone to be curious, to tap it back, to reach out. Someone to be hurting, to crave what it promised inside. And next time, someone will answer it for sure. Someone will always answer the door. It's waiting. That's the real horror of it, you see, the simple truth. It's not about the building or the door itself, not really. It's about what it finds inside of us, deep down. The empty places, the broken parts of our hearts, the things we lost, the people we miss the most, and how badly we want them back, so badly it hurts. And someone, somewhere, will always want them back. They will always be lonely enough to listen, curious enough to touch, hurting enough to open it, to step through. And they will open that door, just like the others, no matter what it takes from them, piece by piece. They will never come back whole, just like Stefani, and the door will wait for the next one, always. I moved to the suburbs for peace. That was the whole idea anyway. You hear stories about people just packing up their lives, leaving the noisy city behind. They look for that quiet little neighborhood, the kind where you know your neighbors' names, where the mailman waves every morning, a friendly smile on his face, and the trees, they cast these soft, pretty shadows on the cracked sidewalks, like lace doilies, my grandma used to say. It sounded so good, so easy, so real. I was tired, really tired. The city had chewed me up. Constant noise, Always sirens wailing, cars honking, people pushing past you on the street, always in a hurry. My old apartment was tiny, just a box. I wanted space, real space. A yard, maybe, a place for Buster to run around, fresh air that didn't smell like car fumes, a quiet night where you could actually hear crickets. That was the dream, you see. So I packed up my old pickup truck. Didn't have much to pack, really. Just some boxes, a few clothes, and Buster, my scruffy old beagle. He was excited, I think. His tail thumped against the seat. We drove for hours, heading east, away from all the hustle. This new town, Willow Creek, it looked perfect in the pictures. Green lawns, big trees, nice houses with porches, like a postcard. When I finally got there, it was even better. The air felt clean, crisp. The streets were neat, quiet. Kids rode bikes without looking over their shoulders. People were out walking their dogs. My new house wasn't huge, but it felt like a mansion to me. A real yard, green and soft. A big oak tree in the front. I could already picture myself sitting on the porch, sipping coffee, just watching the world go by. That's what I truly thought I was buying into. A fresh start. A calm, easy life. No more sirens at night. No more crowds pushing past you on the street. Just quiet. That's all I wanted, honestly. Buster seemed to love it too. He sniffed every bush, every patch of grass. He rolled around in the sun. He looked happier than I'd ever seen him, and that made me happy. For a few weeks, it was everything I hoped for. I unpacked slowly, painted a wall blue, planted some flowers in the front. I waved to the mailman, just like I dreamed. He waved back. Neighbors stopped by, a few of them. Mrs. Davies from next door brought a pie. Mr. Johnson from across the street offered to help me fix my leaky faucet. It felt good, like I belonged. I thought, this is it. I finally made it. I found my spot. I felt safe. I felt peaceful, like a big, heavy weight had been lifted from my shoulders. The bad dreams I used to have, they stopped. But then, the family at number 9 moved in, and everything, just everything, changed. It started small, doesn't it always? Like a tiny crack in a window, you barely notice it at first. Then it grows and grows until the whole thing shatters. A slow creep. That's what it was. The first time I saw them, they were pulling up in a shiny black moving van. Not like any moving van I'd seen. Too new, too clean, like it had never carried anything dirty or old. It had no company name on the side, just plain black. I was out getting the mail. I saw them get out of the van. A mother, a father, and 2 teenage girls. They were all dressed in stiff, dark clothes, like they were going to church, not moving into a house. They looked neat. Too neat. The mother had her hair in a tight bun. The father, his hair slicked back. And the girls, they had long, honey blonde hair, perfectly straight, falling over their shoulders. They all stood there for a moment, just looking at the house. Not like they were excited or tired from moving. Just observing. Like they were inspecting it, like it was a thing, not a home. Then they all turned their heads at the exact same time and they looked at me, 4 pairs of eyes, all blue. They just stared. No wave, no smile, nothing, just those eyes. It was unsettling, truly. I felt a prickle on my skin. I hurried back inside, my heart doing a little thump in my chest. Buster looked up at me, sensing something was off. First came the smiles. Oh, those smiles. They were too perfect, like they'd practiced them in a mirror for hours, the kind of smiles you see on the cover of an old Sears catalog, all white teeth and bright, shiny eyes. I noticed them the very first morning I walked past their house. I was just taking my usual stroll, enjoying the fresh air. They stood in their yard, so neat and green. Their hands were perfectly still by their sides. It was odd. Not a muscle moved. 4 sets of eyes watched me. They just tracked me as I walked by, like dolls on display in a store window. No wave, no good morning. Not a single sound from them, just those smiles. The girls were exactly alike, identical. Same long honey blonde hair falling past their shoulders, same pressed plaid skirts, so stiff they looked brand new. Same white socks, pulled up to the exact same height on both their legs. But it was their eyes that truly grabbed me. They were empty. Not cold, not angry, either. Just empty. As if someone had painted blue marbles and then just pushed them into their eye sockets. The sockets seemed a little too big for their faces. I tried to shake it off, told myself I was being silly. New neighbors, a bit shy, that's all. But that feeling, that little whisper of wrongness, it just wouldn't go away. It stuck to me like a burr. It should have ended there, I know. I should have just kept walking, ignored that strange shiver that went right down my spine. I should have minded my own business, like any good suburbanite would. But curiosity, you see, it's a sickness, a deep, itching feeling that you just can't shake. I watched them when I could. From my window, from behind my hedges. They never seemed to do anything, just stood, or sat, in their perfectly manicured yard. They didn't read books, or play games, or talk much. They just existed. One day I saw the mother hanging laundry. Her movements were so stiff, so slow, like a robot. She hung each shirt with perfect precision. No natural sway, no normal quickness. It was unsettling to watch. The father mowed their lawn. He pushed a real mower, which was old-fashioned. He went in perfectly straight lines. Not one blade of grass seemed out of place. He never broke a sweat. He never looked up. 2 weeks later, the sickness won. I found myself standing at their doorstep. In my hand, I held a plate of homemade chocolate chip cookies. A classic neighbor thing to do, right? A welcome gift. A way to be friendly. My heart was beating a little fast, I admit. Their mother answered the door. Her hair was perfect, every strand in place. Her teeth, perfect. And she wore the exact same dress. The same one she had on the day they moved in. Every single day I'd seen her in it. The same small pearl necklace, too. It was all so unchanging. "Hello," I offered, my voice cracking just a tiny bit. I cleared my throat. "I just wanted to welcome you all properly to the neighborhood." I held out the plate of cookies. She took the plate. Her fingers brushed mine, cool and dry. She didn't blink. Not once. She just stared at the cookies, then at me. "Thank you," she said. But it didn't sound like a real thank you. It sounded like an echo of one, like someone had said it somewhere else, and her voice just copied it, like something she had rehearsed many, many times. It was flat. That was the first time I saw the hallway behind her. My eyes drifted past her shoulder. It was long. It was sterile white. And it was completely bare. No family photos on the walls, no paintings, no coat rack, no furniture, not even a small table. Just a long, plain corridor stretching straight into darkness. Like the inside of a throat, I thought. A smooth, empty throat. The door closed. It made a soft click. A final sound. I stood there for a moment, the silence of their house pressing down on me. I felt like I had just entered a dream, a bad one. My hand felt cold where her fingers had touched it. I walked home slowly, that strange feeling growing. That night, I dreamed of clicking noises. Not just one or two, but hundreds of them. Tiny, quick clicks like gears moving, or maybe like tiny, tiny insects all clicking at the same time. The sound filled my head. It made my teeth hurt. I woke up in a cold sweat. The clicks, they sounded like something mechanical, something being put together or taken apart, like 1,000 tiny machines working in the dark, just out of sight. I shivered, even under my blankets. The next day, I saw the mother again. She was out in the yard, holding the plate I'd given her. It was empty. She wasn't washing it or putting it away. She was just holding it, staring at it. Then she slowly, carefully, placed it on the grass. She didn't put it in the sink or on a table. She just left it there, on the perfect green grass. It stayed there all day. The sun beat down on it. The twins started showing up in odd places. It wasn't just their yard anymore. I'd see them at the park. Standing by the swings, even when no one else was there, they'd just stare at nothing, their blue marble eyes fixed on the empty air. One time I saw them by the old oak tree at the park. They were both holding a single fallen leaf, turning it over and over in their fingers, studying it, like they'd never seen a leaf before. I saw them at the grocery store once. standing by the cereal aisle. They weren't shopping. They were just standing, watching the other people move around, like they were studying them, like they were learning how humans moved and acted. It gave me the creeps. A woman with a cart full of groceries walked past them. She bumped one of the twins by accident. The twin didn't even flinch, didn't say sorry, just kept staring. The woman looked confused, then quickly walked away. Another time, I saw one of them at the park. She was pressing her hand into the soft dirt. Slowly, very deliberately. Her fingers spread wide. She pushed down, down, until the earth took her palm print. Like a brand, it looked like. A mark left behind. It was so strange, so unsettling. She did it again and again, over and over, making perfect handprints in the dirt, like she was practicing, like she was trying to learn how to leave her mark on the world. It was a silent, weird game. One night, it was late. I was walking my dog, Buster. We passed the old community hall, and there they were, the twins, standing in front of it. The streetlights made their faces look pale and ghostly. They were whispering to each other. Their voices were low and soft. I couldn't quite make out the words, but it sounded like broken pieces of song lyrics. Old songs, too. Ones I hadn't heard since I was a little kid. Nursery rhymes, maybe. It was spooky. The song was a lullaby, I think, one my mom used to sing. But their voices, they were off, flat, like a record player slowing down. It made the hairs on my arms stand up. And then, I started noticing something else. The other children, the ones who usually played loudly at the park every day, they stopped coming, all together. The swings hung still. The slides were empty. It was quiet. Too quiet. My stomach clenched. The playground, it used to be full of happy screams. Now it was just silence. The kind of silence that feels loud, like something is missing, like a piece of the world just went dark. I saw parents looking for their kids. Not frantic, just a little confused. They'd call out names, then shrug, like they just couldn't remember where their child was supposed to be. It was chilling. I decided to ask a neighbor about it, Mrs. Caldwell. She lived 2 houses down from me. Elderly. Nosy, sure, but in a kind way. She was always out in her garden, watering her petunias like it was a second religion, like those flowers were her entire life. She had kind eyes, always, crinkly at the corners from smiling. She knew everyone, knew everything that happened on our street. If anyone would know, it would be Mrs. Caldwell. "Hello, Mrs. Caldwell," I said, trying to sound casual. "Nice petunias." She smiled, a crinkly, warm smile. "Oh, thank you, dear. They need constant loving, you know." She kept watering. The water splashed gently on the leaves. "Listen," I said, "I was wondering about the family at number 9. The new folks." She stopped watering. Her head turned slowly. Her eyes, normally kind, looked different, like they held a lot of old sadness. "They've always been here," she told me, her voice soft. She went back to watering her flowers. "That family's always been here, dear," my brow furrowed. "No, Mrs. Caldwell, they just moved in, a month ago. I saw the moving truck." She looked at me then, full on, and there was pity in her eyes. Deep, deep pity, like I was the one who was confused or sick. "That's what happens, dear," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "They always move in, and then someone always moves out." She didn't say anything more, not another word. She just kept watering her petunias. Her hands trembled slightly on the hose. I stood there for a moment, waiting, but she just hummed a little tune. I felt a cold dread start to spread through me. It wasn't just a strange family. Something was truly wrong. Her words felt like a knot in my stomach. They always move in, and then someone always moves out. It wasn't a warning, not really. It was a statement, like a fact of life, but a terrifying one. I tried to push it away, to tell myself she was just an old lady, confused. But the way she looked at me, no, that pity, it stuck with me, like she knew a secret, and I was about to find it out. It got worse, much worse. People started disappearing. It happened quietly at first. No big fuss, no news reports on the TV, no police sirens wailing down the street, loud and scary. Just one day they were here, part of our sleepy suburban routines, walking their dogs, mowing their lawns, going to work, and the next day they were just gone, like they had never even been here. Mrs. Rodriguez, who lived across the street, she always waved at me, her hair in big rollers. One morning, her newspaper just sat on her porch, untouched, day after day. Then her car was gone. Her lights stayed off. No one said anything. It was like a switch had been flipped. One day, her bright pink flamingos were on her lawn. The next, gone. No sign, no trace. Just an empty space where her life used to be. Mr. Henderson, the loud guy with the bright red truck, he loved to grill on Saturdays. His grill just sat there, covered in a tarp. His truck disappeared. No one mentioned him. It was like no one even noticed they were gone. Or if they did, they didn't care. It was creepy. His music, it used to boom from his garage every weekend. Now, just silence. The smell of charcoal, the happy laughter. All gone. Like he was a dream, and I was the only one who remembered it. It wasn't just adults. The kids, the ones who had stopped coming to the park, they seemed to be truly gone now. Their bikes weren't left out. Their toys weren't scattered on lawns. Just empty. The whole neighborhood, it felt thinner, less full. Like someone was erasing it, little by little. And I was the only one who could see the eraser marks. It made my stomach hurt. Then one morning, something truly awful happened. A little boy, maybe 5 years old. He was found sitting all alone at the park, on the swings. His arms were covered in tiny bite marks, red and angry, like something small had taken bites out of him, over and over. He wouldn't speak, not a single word, just stared straight ahead. His eyes were wide, like he'd seen something terrible. He looked like a doll, just like the twins. His clothes were too big for him, hanging oddly, and he was pale, so pale, like he'd been drained of all his color. His eyes, they looked exactly like the twins' eyes now, empty blue marbles, the bite marks. I couldn't stop thinking about them. What kind of animal would do that? And why was he just sitting there, quiet as a mouse? It wasn't an animal, I knew it. It was something else, something much, much worse. And then, the twins, they started dressing like me. It wasn't just a simple shirt, it was my shirt, or one just like it. I'd see them walking down the street, and they'd be wearing a blue flannel just like my favorite one, or a faded gray t-shirt. They were watching me, copying me. It started small, a color here, a pattern there. Then it got specific. My old band t-shirt, the one with the faded logo. I saw one of them wearing it. It made my blood run cold. How? They watched how I walked, the way my shoulders slumped a little, the way I sometimes kicked at a pebble on the sidewalk. And they'd do it. Exactly. They'd smile just like I smiled, not their perfect wide smiles anymore, but my slightly crooked, tired smile. It was chilling, like they were learning me, becoming me. They copied my mannerisms, every single one. The way I ran my hand through my hair when I was thinking, the slight limp I had from an old sports injury, the way I scratched Buster behind his ears. It felt like they were peeling me, layer by layer, taking pieces of me. Not just my clothes, but my movements, my expressions, like they were trying to wear my skin. It made me feel sick to my stomach. I tried to tell people, my other neighbors. "Have you noticed anything strange about the family at number 9? I'd ask. "The twins, they're acting so weird." But no one else seemed to see it, or if they did, they wouldn't talk about it. They'd just look at me blankly. "Oh, they seem like nice people," Mrs. Caldwell's neighbor, Mr. Davies, said one day. He was washing his car. Always smiling. He just shook his head. His eyes were empty too, I realized. Not as empty as the twins, but close. Like a part of him was just gone. Like the memories of the disappeared were fading, and he didn't even notice. It was like I was seeing something no one else could see. Or maybe no one else dared to see. I felt so alone, so crazy. My skin crawled. I felt like I was being watched all the time, everywhere I went. In my own home, I started pulling the blinds down. I locked my doors. but it didn't help. The feeling was always there, the feeling of eyes on me. I'd see shadows moving in my peripheral vision, just a flicker. When I turned, nothing, but I knew they were there, always watching, always learning. Buster felt it too. He started whimpering at night. He'd stare at the window, his ears perked up, a low growl rumbling in his chest. He didn't bark, just that low, fearful sound. He knew. I started losing sleep. Every creak of the house, every rustle of leaves outside, it sounded like footsteps. I'd sit up in bed, my heart racing, listening to the silence. The terrible silence of the neighborhood. I called my sister back in the city. "Something weird is happening here," I told her, my voice shaky. "People are disappearing, and the new family, they're copying me." She listened, but I could tell she didn't believe me. "Maybe you're just stressed, John," she said, her voice soft, worried. "Moving is hard. You're probably just imagining things." It broke my heart to hear that. My own sister thought I was losing my mind. I was truly alone in this. No one to talk to. No one to believe me. And then I found the basement. Not my basement, their basement. It was Mrs. Caldwell who finally told me. One afternoon, I was outside trying to trim my hedges, but my hands were shaking too much. She came over. The garden hose was trembling in her old, arthritic hands. She looked really worried. Her face was pale, paler than usual. Her lips were pressed in a thin line. She looked like she hadn't slept in days. Her eyes, they held a terror I hadn't seen before. "You've seen it, haven't you, dear?" she whispered. Her voice was low, like she was afraid someone else would hear. "You've seen what they do." My throat felt tight. "What are you talking about, Mrs. Caldwell?" But I knew. I felt it. The dread grew cold inside me. It had finally reached this point. "Go into their house," she said. Her eyes were wide, but not with fear, with a terrible, deep sadness. "Go downstairs. But remember, love, once you see it, you can't unsee it. It will change you forever." Her hand, shaking, reached out and touched my arm. Her fingers were bony and cold. "You have to know. You have to stop them." Her grip on my arm was surprisingly strong, even with her trembling hands. It was a plea, a desperate, final warning, and a call for help. My help. She looked around nervously, then back at me. "The others, they don't see it anymore. They've been changed. You're the last one, dear, the last one who sees." I looked at her, truly looked at her, and saw the deep lines of pain around her eyes. She had been living with this for a long time, alone, watching, waiting for someone else to see. That night, I couldn't sleep. Her words echoed in my head. "You can't unsee it. You have to stop them." The curiosity, that sickness, was burning inside me now. It wasn't just curiosity anymore. It was a need to know, a desperate, burning need. Buster whined at my feet, restless. He scratched at the door. He felt the tension in the house, the fear that was radiating from me. I stroked his head, trying to calm him, but my own hands were shaking. I thought about what Mrs. Caldwell said. You have to stop them. How? What could I, one man, do against whatever they were? But the thought of not knowing, that was worse than anything. Armed with nothing but a small flashlight and a heart pounding like a drum, I snuck into number 9. The house was completely dark, silent, too silent. The air inside felt heavy, thick, like I was breathing in something old and forgotten. The night was still, no crickets, no wind, just the sound of my own breath, ragged and loud in my ears. Every step I took felt like a thunderclap. My mouth was dry. The front door was unlocked. It opened with a soft creak. I stepped inside. The sterile white hallway from my first visit was still there, stretching out into the darkness. I walked slowly, my footsteps muffled on what felt like bare floorboards. Every shadow seemed to move. Every creak of the house made me jump. The air in the hallway felt colder, colder than outside. It smelled faintly of something metallic, like old pennies, mixed with that sickly sweet scent I couldn't place. It made my nose wrinkle. I kept my flashlight beam low. No, just enough to see my feet. I didn't want to shine it anywhere that might show me something I wasn't ready for. My hand gripped the flashlight, my knuckles white. I found the basement door. It was at the very end of that long, white hallway, and it was already open, just a tiny crack, like it was waiting for me, inviting me in. My breath hitched. A thin line of light, very faint, seeped from the crack. It wasn't natural light. It was a pale, pulsing blue glow, like a faraway TV screen, but wrong. It drew me in. I pushed it open wider. The hinges didn't even squeak. It was a heavy wooden door. A damp, cold smell wafted up from below, a smell like old earth and something sweet, sickly sweet. I aimed my flashlight beam down the stairs. The stairs were steep, made of rough wood. They seemed to go down forever into the blackness. The air grew heavier with each step. That sweet smell, it was stronger now, cloying. And down there, I saw them, rows of bodies, standing perfectly still, like mannequins in a spooky store. They were lined up, side by side, in neat rows. Some were dressed in modern clothes I recognized, a jogging suit, a business shirt, a bright floral dress. But their skin, it had begun to change, to plasticize. It looked shiny, waxy, like a cheap doll. Their eyes were wide open, blue, empty, just like the twins. My flashlight beam moved slowly over them. Each face was a nightmare. Some were twisted in silent screams. Others were blank, peaceful, but all had that waxy sheen, like melted plastic. I saw Mrs. Rodriguez, her hair still in big rollers, frozen in time. Her big, friendly smile now a stiff, dead grin. Her eyes, those empty blue marbles, they were the same. Mr. Henderson, in his bright red t-shirt, his arm was raised, frozen in a half-wave. His mouth was open like he was about to shout, but no sound came out. His skin, it was already starting to shine. My stomach twisted. I wanted to throw up. The smell, it was overwhelming now. That sweet, sickly odor, it made my head spin. I tasted bile at the back of my throat. Some of them were missing their faces, just raw, red muscle underneath, like someone had peeled them halfway, like peeling an orange. But a person. It was so grotesque, so horrifying. I could feel bile rising in my throat. I wanted to scream, but I couldn't. My voice was trapped. The exposed muscle, it looked alive, even though it was still. It pulsed faintly, like a sick heartbeat. I shone my light closer. It wasn't muscle, not exactly. It was something else, something fibrous, something not human. And standing in the very center of it all was a third twin. Me, wearing my clothes, my favorite blue flannel shirt, my old worn-out jeans, my face, smiling, my own smile, the one I saw in the mirror every morning. Only this one was fixed, unchanging, lifeless. Its eyes were those same blue marbles, empty. It was me, but it wasn't me. It was a copy, a perfect, terrifying copy. Its hand was raised, just like I sometimes raised my hand to wave. Its head was tilted, just like I sometimes tilted mine when I was listening. It was me, but wrong, so utterly wrong. My breath caught in my chest. It felt like my lungs had filled with cement. My mind screamed, but no sound escaped my lips. This was the horror Mrs. Caldwell had warned me about. I don't remember running out of that house, not really. It's all a blur. My legs just moved. My lungs screamed for air. I don't remember the police or the screaming or the sirens that I might have heard later. I just remember the feeling of pure, raw terror, like something had crawled inside me and was tearing me apart. My mind was breaking. I scrambled up the stairs, tripping, falling, but not stopping. The door slammed shut behind me. I was outside, gulping in the night air, which now tasted sweet and horrible. I ran to my house, fumbling with the key. Buster was barking madly inside, sensing my panic. I burst through the door, locking it behind me, then double-locking it. I collapsed on the floor, gasping. Buster licked my face, whimpering. He could feel my terror. I held him tight, trembling from head to toe. My mind was a mess. I just remember the last thing Mrs. Caldwell told me. She was standing by her garden again. The sun was just coming up. I was already throwing my things into my car. My hands were shaking so hard I could barely turn the key. She looked at me, her eyes filled with that same deep sadness. But there was something else now, a strange calm, like she had accepted her fate. "They're not a family, dear," she whispered, her voice cracking. "They're replacements. Every few years," she said, "they arrive. They choose a neighborhood, they settle in, they watch people, they study them, every little move, every word, every smile, they copy them, until they are perfect copies, and when they're ready, the town just forgets the original, forgets they ever existed." She explained how it worked in a soft, tired voice. "They don't kill, not exactly, they just replace. Like old clothes, they just put on new ones, and the old clothes, they just fade away. They were in the basement, the originals, kept, preserved. Perhaps for study, perhaps for something worse." The thought made me gag. For the last week I was there, packing up my life, getting ready to run. Every neighbor I saw, they all started waving at the twins, like they were old friends, like they'd known them forever. They'd smile at them, a warm, genuine smile. Mr. Davies, washing his car, he waved at the mother, and she smiled back, her perfect, too-wide smile. He didn't even glance my way. It was like I was invisible. But no one looked at me. Not one person. They looked right through me, like I was a ghost. No one remembered my name. Not even the mailman who used to wave every morning. He just looked past me, like I was air, like I was already gone. I tried to say goodbye to Mrs. Caldwell, but she just looked at me blankly. "Can I help you, dear?" she asked, her voice polite but distant, like she had never seen me before. Her eyes, they were starting to look a little empty. The realization hit me hard like a punch to the gut. They weren't just forgetting the disappeared. They were forgetting me. I was fading. My existence was being erased. And the last time I saw them, as I drove away from that perfect nightmare town, they were all four standing on that perfect suburban lawn. The mother, the father, the two twins, all holding hands, all smiling those practiced too-wide smiles, like a picture from an old Sears catalog. They stood there perfectly still, watching me go, their smiles never wavering, those empty blue eyes tracking my car as I sped down the street, like they were waving goodbye. I drove away. I drove until the sun came up, and then I kept driving, far, far away, knowing. It's only a matter of time before they move into your neighborhood next. I don't go outside much anymore. I live in a small apartment now, on the highest floor. I keep the blinds drawn, the doors locked tight. I try to forget, but it's hard. Buster is always by my side, my only real friend now. He still whines sometimes, staring at the walls, like he can see what I can't. Or perhaps, what I do see. Every now and then, I hear children laughing outside my window. Their voices sound so clear, so innocent. But I freeze. My heart races. It's a memory, I tell myself, just a memory of the playground. But the sound, it's too real, too close. And sometimes, no, it sounds like those old nursery rhymes. And sometimes, when I pass a mirror too quickly, I see it. A second reflection behind my own. Just for a flash, in the corner of my eye. Smiling. My own smile, but different. A little too wide. A little too perfect. And the eyes are blue. Empty, like blue marbles. Just for a flash. Then it's gone. I don't know if I'm safe. I don't know if I ever will be. They could be anywhere, watching, waiting, learning. The thought chills me to the bone. Every face I see on the street, every smile, it makes me wonder. Am I truly alone, or am I just the next one to be forgotten? I never thought the last story I'd write would be about me. You know, the kind where you're living it, not just making it up. It feels weird to say it out loud, like I'm talking to myself in an empty room. My name is Stephen Rodney. I'm 43 years old, going on 100 some days. I used to be a big deal, a real big shot in the writing world. I was a best-selling writer, the kind whose books flew off the shelves before I even knew they were out. I won awards, 2 of them, shiny and heavy, sitting on my shelf like silent judges. I spoke at fancy book parties, places with warm wine and too many smiles, places I really didn't care about, honestly. I just wanted to go home and write. But 3 months ago, something shifted inside me. I was just tired, bone-deep tired, like every cell in my body wanted to quit. My own success was like a heavy blanket, soft but smothering, too warm, too thick to breathe under. The pressure built up, a big, quiet hum in my head. Everyone expected another hit, another big book. But my last book was stuck at number 2 on the lists, always second best, never quite making it to the top. The one before that only got to number 6, a real drop, a whisper of a failure in the loud world of publishing. My agent sounded worried, even if he tried to hide it. I could hear it in his voice. My ideas, they just stopped coming, like a faucet suddenly turned off, dry and empty. It felt like my brain was choked up, blocked tight, like a drain with too much gunk. Nothing new could get through. I'd sit at my desk for hours, staring at the blank screen. The blinking cursor was like a tiny mocking eye. Words, they used to be everywhere, falling out of me like rain. Now, nothing. That's when I found them, this strange group, almost by accident. I was scrolling online late one night, desperate for something new, something to kickstart my broken brain. My fingers moved on their own. Their website popped up, almost like magic, after I typed something dumb like inspiration for tired writers. I clicked on it, my heart beating a little faster. They called themselves The Atelier. It was like a fancy art name, sounding important and mysterious, like a secret club. I chuckled a little, but still I kept reading. They were hidden away, way up in some lonely mountains. In a quiet, wild part of the country, far from everything, far from cell service, far from the noise. It sounded like a place where nobody would ever find you. Their website said they were a place for creators seeking raw, personal inspiration. It sounded a bit much, pretentious, like something out of a movie or a bad dream. But it got me curious. Enough to click around a little more, to read every single line. That wasn't the real reason I went, though. Not deep down. Not the whole truth of it. I was looking for something more. I wanted something scary again. Something real. Something that would tear open my chest. Something that would really shake me up. Make me feel alive. Make me remember what it felt like to be scared. I hoped it would make words fall out of me. Like magic. Like they used to when I was young. When I first started writing. I needed that spark back, that fire in my gut. I craved it, more than anything. So I filled out the online form, told them I was a writer with a block. I didn't mention the awards or the bestsellers, just the empty page. They wrote back surprisingly fast, with a short, simple invitation. The drive up there was long, longer than I thought it would be, endless miles stretching out. It was a dirt road, winding and twisty through the old, tall trees, the kind that block out the sky. My truck bounced over potholes, rattling every bone in my body. It was like trying to put a thread through a tiny hole, just barely wide enough for my tires. The trees pressed in close. The fog was thick, almost alive, swirling around the car, clinging to the windows. It made everything look blurry, like a bad dream, like the world wasn't quite real. I could barely see 10 feet in front of me. The air grew colder the higher I went, even though it was summer. My old truck groaned up the steep parts, complaining with every turn of the wheel. The silence outside was heavy, pressing in on me from all sides. I felt a shiver run down my spine, even with the heater on, blowing hot air on my face. It wasn't cold, it was something else, something spooky, like someone was watching me from the shadows. When I finally got to the clearing, I could feel it right away, a strange change in the air, a drop in the temperature. The quiet wasn't peaceful, not like a forest should be, with chirping birds and rustling leaves. It was like a cage, a huge, empty space that held you in, kept you from leaving. The trees stood tall, watching, not moving a single leaf, like silent guards. There was no wind up there, no sound, There was a big old house, dark wood, with a wide porch that stretched across the front. It looked like it had been there forever, part of the mountain, growing right out of the rock. Its windows were dark, like empty eyes. A few other smaller cabins were scattered around, peeking out from behind the taller pines, almost hidden. Smoke curled from one chimney, a thin gray line against the darkening sky. It looked peaceful, almost. I parked my truck, and the engine died with a sigh, a sad, final sound. The silence came rushing back, louder than before, filling my ears, pressing on my eardrums. It was heavy, like a cloak. Then, people started to appear, slowly, from the house, from the cabins. They met me like I was family, stepping out onto the porch, then walking towards me with slow, even steps. There were about 10 of them. They smiled so much, too much, their teeth showing bright white in the dim light. It made my skin crawl a little, like their faces were stuck that way, stretched into a permanent grin. They were all thin, almost too thin. Their clothes were simple, plain colors, like gray and brown, no patterns, nothing bright. They moved so softly, without a sound, like ghosts gliding over the ground. I didn't hear a single footstep. A woman with long, dark hair, tied back simply, came up to my truck. Her smile was the biggest of them all, almost aching like it hurt her face to keep it on. She held out a hand, pale and thin. "Welcome, Stephen," she said, her voice soft like rustling leaves, barely a whisper. "We've been expecting you." Her hand felt cool, not cold, but somehow distant when she took mine. I felt a cold prickle on my arms, a strange sensation. How did she know my name? I hadn't told anyone I was coming. Not even my agent knew the exact address. I just came on a whim. I just nodded, not trusting my voice yet. My throat felt dry, tight, like a rubber band stretched too thin. My mind raced, trying to figure it out, trying to find a reason. She led me inside the big house, up the creaking steps of the porch. It smelled of old wood and something else, something sweet but dusty, like old flowers left too long in a vase. It was a strange mix. The hallway was long and dim, with heavy rugs on the floor that muffled every sound. Everything felt old, settled, like it had secrets, a quiet history hidden in its walls. The air was still. They offered me tea, a warm, herbal kind, in a plain ceramic cup. I took a sip, but it tasted strange, a bit like dirt, or old leaves steeped too long. I forced myself to swallow it down. The curator, he introduced himself that first night, after dinner, after the other people had mostly gone to their cabins. He was older, maybe 60 or 70, but his back was straight. His hair was pure white, pulled back neatly, almost severe. His eyes had this sharp look, like little black stones, polished and cold. They seemed to see right through me, into my very soul. Like a lawyer's eyes, or maybe an actor who plays a lawyer, someone who watches everything, misses nothing. He sat across from me in the quiet living room, bathed in the soft glow of a single lamp. His hand was warm when he shook mine, dry and firm, a strong grip. His voice, it was like smooth music, deep and calm, a soothing sound that somehow made me more uneasy. It filled the quiet room. "We don't find stories here, Stephen," he said, his voice soft like a whispered secret, almost too gentle. "We become them." He leaned back a little, his eyes still fixed on me, no smile, no blink. He just looked at me then, those black eyes holding mine, and I felt a strange pull, a weird understanding settling in my chest. It was like he was telling me the deepest truth of the world. I played along, like I always did, like I was in a scene from one of my books. That's what I did for my books, after all. I pretended, I acted, I observed. It was my job to watch people. I nodded slowly, trying to look interested, like I understood his deep words. I wanted to see what this place was really about, what secrets it held. I needed to know, for my next story. I sneaked in, watched closely, like a spy in my own life, taking notes in my head. I learned things, little bits here and there, piecing together the puzzle of the atelier. It was all very strange, but this place wasn't full of happy, spaced-out people. Not at all. They weren't hippies or artists just finding themselves. It was different, colder, more precise. It felt very exact, very clean, like a doctor's office or a library. Everything in its perfect spot. Everything had its place. No mess anywhere, not a speck of dust. It was unnerving. Their main idea was about erasing things, not adding to them, not creating something new. They called it unwriting yourself, like taking words out of a book, line by line until it was empty. They said you had to do that to find your real voice, to truly write something amazing, something pure, to truly live. You had to shed your old self, your past. It sounded so grand. They had these editing sessions every night after the sun went down, after a simple, silent dinner. People stood up in a big room, the main hall, facing the others. It was lit with candles, flickering shadows everywhere, dancing on the walls like hungry ghosts. The air was thick and heavy, smelling of beeswax and something else, something metallic. They would confess things, standing in front of everyone, their voices soft, sometimes trembling. They told about their mistakes, their lies, parts of themselves they wanted gone, like editing a book, cutting out the messy parts, the bad sentences, the weak characters. They spoke in quiet, faraway voices, like the words were already leaving them. After they spoke, everyone would start to chant, a low hum that filled the room, growing louder and louder. It was like a buzzing in my bones, vibrating through my chest. Trim the fat, carve the waist, publish the soul. It was eerie, the words just repeating over and over, a slow, hypnotic rhythm. I felt my own mind getting lost in it. And the worst part? It actually worked somehow. People looked different afterward, like something real had been taken from them, a piece of who they were. It was visible. They seemed to glow, a faint, strange light around them, almost like they were see-through. They were thin and looked so tired, even broken, but bright, like a candle about to go out. But they had this bright look, a kind of light I couldn't understand. It was like they were empty but also full, all at once, filled with this eerie, cold energy. One woman, her name was Alice, a painter who said she couldn't find her true colors anymore. She confessed about being mean to her sister years ago when they were kids. Her voice shook, but she kept going, tears streaming down her face. She talked about jealousy, about a doll she broke on purpose, about mean words she never took back. After the chant, she looked like she'd dropped 10 pounds, her face sharper, her bones more visible. Her eyes were wide, clear, but also very, very sad, like she'd lost something precious. Another man, Mark, a musician who wanted a new sound, he talked about cheating on a test in school, years and years ago, and letting his best friend take the blame. He cried as he spoke, his voice cracking. When he sat down, he seemed lighter, like a burden had floated away, right out of the room. But his face was pale, almost see-through, like a thin sheet of paper. His skin looked like parchment. I stayed for 2 weeks, watching them, trying to make sense of it all, writing secret notes in my mind. It felt like watching a play, a very creepy one, where I was the only audience member. I saw their transformation up close, daily. The way their smiles grew wider, their eyes brighter, even as their bodies became more frail. It was like they were becoming less human, more something else. They talked about the new ideas flowing into them, the pure creativity. They painted, they wrote, they composed music, all with a frantic, unblinking energy. It was beautiful, but terrifying. Then I tried to leave, to just get out of there, before it was too late. I just couldn't take it anymore. The humming, the thin faces, the feeling of something being drained from them. I packed my bag in my room, quietly, hoping no one would notice, my heart pounding in my chest. I stuffed my clothes in, my laptop, my few possessions. I wanted to run. The sun was just starting to rise, painting the sky with pale colors. I grabbed my bag, opened the door, and almost screamed. The curator sat across from me, right outside my door. He was just there, like he'd been waiting for me all along, all night. He was in my small, assigned space, sitting on the simple wooden chair, perfectly still. He didn't say anything, just looked at me. "Why run away now?" he asked, his voice calm, like a quiet stream, even though my heart was hammering. "You're halfway through your book, Stephen, the new one you haven't even started writing yet." He paused, letting his words sink in, then leaned forward a bit, his black eyes holding mine. "Don't you want to finish it?" Don't you want this one to truly matter? He pressed. His eyes never left mine, those sharp black stones. I felt like he could see right into my head, my thoughts, my very soul. He knew all my fears, all my secret wishes. That's when he showed me the papers. He reached into a thin folder on his lap and put them on the small table between us, neat stacks of them, all about me. My breath caught. They were files about me, my whole life laid out, neatly typed, perfectly organized. Old newspaper clippings from interviews I'd done years ago, my quotes highlighted, reviews about my books, some good, some bad, every single word. They picked apart my weaknesses, the bad stuff I tried to forget, the parts critics hated. It was all there, and old drafts, pieces of books I never finished, stories I gave up on, ideas I threw away. I hadn't seen them in 10 years, forgotten dreams, forgotten failures. They were all printed out, page after page. They had everything, every little detail about me, every public moment, every private failure. It wasn't an accident. They knew me better than I knew myself, better than my own mother. This is why you've been failing, the curator said, his voice so soft, almost like a lullaby, like he was comforting a child. We've been helping you all along, Stephen, guiding your hand. He smiled just a little bit then, a small, knowing curve of his lips, a chilling expression. It wasn't a kind smile. It was something else, something deeply unsettling, like a predator. You don't write your life anymore, Stephen. We do. He looked so pleased, like a proud parent showing off a child's drawing, or a scientist displaying a perfect experiment. That's when I finally got it. A cold wave washed over me, chilling me to the bone, making me shiver uncontrollably. My breath hitched in my throat, a tight, painful knot. They didn't just give you ideas for stories. That wasn't it at all. They wrote your whole life, step by step, line by line, like a novel unfolding. My past, my present, my future. The most awful thing to know was this, a thought that made my stomach drop, sinking into a cold abyss. I wasn't the first person they did this to, not by a long shot, and I wouldn't be the last, not by a long shot. I was just another character, another story in their collection, a pawn in their twisted game. My life was their next masterpiece. I stayed another month, lost in a fog, going through the motions, a puppet on their strings. I smiled when they smiled, a fake, stiff smile that felt wrong on my face. I went to every single editing session, sitting quietly, listening to the confessions. My insides felt hollowed out. I could feel something draining from me, slowly, steadily. I even stood up once, on a Tuesday night, when the candles flickered low. My legs were shaking all over, like I was about to fall down, but I forced myself to stand. I told them secrets, things I never told anyone, not even my closest friends, not even myself. Things that had been buried deep, hidden in the darkest corners of my mind. Secrets I didn't even know I remembered, tiny hurts and small shames, moments of weakness and fear. They were deep inside me, hiding in the dark, and I pulled them out. I confessed about hurting someone's feelings years ago, about a lie I told to get out of trouble, about a promise I broke. Each word felt like a tiny cut. They clapped for me when I finished, a warm, loud sound that filled the room, echoing. It felt fake, like applause for a bad actor, a hollow, empty sound. And when I left, they let me go without a fuss, no questions asked, no goodbyes. A simple handshake from the curator, his hand still warm, still firm. It was almost too easy, too simple after everything. It made me feel even more uneasy, like I was missing something big, like the trap was still closing. He just looked at me, those black eyes, and gave a small nod. Until your next draft, Stephen, he said softly, a chilling promise in his voice. The drive back was a blur, the road a gray ribbon under my tires, everything rushing past me. My head felt empty, like a cleaned-out room, swept bare, but also, somehow, filled with new ideas, new words. My next book, it practically wrote itself, the words just pouring out onto the screen. It was like someone else was writing it, guiding my hands, choosing the perfect words, the perfect sentences. My hands just moved, typing fast, hardly stopping. The story flowed, perfect, complete, a dark and gripping tale that felt both familiar and utterly new. It was a masterpiece, truly. Critics everywhere called it amazing, a true work of art, a stunning comeback. They said the most real, raw masterpiece, over and over, of Stephen Rodney's career. It was on all the news, on every TV show, in every newspaper, shouted from the rooftops. My name was everywhere again. I went on tour again, all over the world, to packed rooms and cheering crowds. People loved it, truly loved it, more than any other book I'd written. Standing ovations, thunderous applause, flowers thrown onto the stage. People cried when they talked to me, telling me how much the book meant to them. New book deals just piled up, higher and higher, a mountain of contracts. My agent was thrilled, saying I was bigger than ever, a true legend. But there's something wrong with that book, something really wrong, a dark knot in my stomach that twists and turns. It feels alien, not mine. I don't remember writing whole parts of it, like pieces are missing from my mind, blank spots in my memory, whole chapters just appeared on the page, and at every book signing when I meet people, I see a face, always, a familiar one, always there, just watching me from the crowd. Sometimes it's a woman in the back row, her hair dark, her smile too wide. Sometimes it's a man with a wide, too bright smile standing quietly, but they always have his eyes, the curator's eyes, black and sharp, seeing everything, judging me. They pierce right through me, like needles. They're still changing me, still writing through me, still pulling the strings. I can feel it, deep inside my bones, a slow, quiet hum. I don't get much sleep now. My mind races all night, playing tricks, showing me faces in the dark. The whispers follow me, even when I'm alone in my apartment. I started drawing on my arms with ink, little marks, words, symbols, anything to hold on to something real. I draw lines, circles, strange shapes. I'm trying to write down bits of myself, to remember who I used to be, the real Stephen Rodney, before the atelier. To find the parts they haven't taken yet before it's too late. It's like a battle, every single day, trying to fight them, trying to hold on to me. But I know how this ends. I can feel it coming closer, like a dark cloud. It's their ending, not mine, not the one I wanted for my life. It's a story they wrote, and I'm just playing my part, waiting for the final scene. And the next version of the book, the next thing they publish, it's not going to be a story anymore. It's going to be something else entirely. I'm scared, really scared, down to my soul, to the deepest part of me. It's going to be my real life, or what's left of it, a blank page. After a few months, weird talk started, whispers in the dark corners of the internet, in hushed tones at literary events. People whispered about my book, the final draft. They said there was a secret code in it, hidden deep inside the words, a message for others. In the way the words were lined up, in the printing itself, a hidden pattern. Young writers, the ones who wanted to be famous, who dreamed of being big, bigger than me, they started vanishing. One by one, like pages torn from a book, just gone. I saw their pictures on the news, their hopeful faces, smiling at the camera. Then they were gone. Poof, like they never existed, their websites empty. Someone is still putting out books, new ones, with my name on them, even when I'm too tired to move. Still publishing, still making bestsellers, still getting awards. But it's not Stephen. It was never me. Not really. Not anymore. I'm just the name on the cover. A ghost. A title. The atelier has found its next main character, and they always do. They always find someone new, someone fresh, someone desperate for inspiration. I sometimes feel a faint echo, a memory of me, like a forgotten song. A ghost in my own skin, watching my life unfold from far away. The words keep coming, endless, perfect, pouring out of my fingertips. They fill the pages. They fill my days. They fill my nightmares. I try to fight it, to push back against the tide, to claw my way back to myself. I scribble on napkins, on my skin, trying to remember a joke, a face, a simple smell. But it's like sand slipping through my fingers, like water from a broken cup. The harder I try, the faster it goes, until there's nothing left to hold on to. Sometimes when I'm alone, really alone in the quiet of my apartment, I hear the hum, that low, eerie chant from the editing sessions, growing louder. Trim the fat, carve the waist, publish the soul. It rings in my ears, a constant reminder, a promise, a threat. It never stops. My body feels lighter now, almost hollow, like an empty shell. My thoughts aren't my own, not anymore. They're echoes of someone else's. I see new ideas forming in my mind, brilliant and sharp, perfectly crafted stories. But they aren't from me. They're from them, pure and cold. They're writing my dreams now too. I wake up remembering scenes, dialogues, whole new stories, perfectly formed. They're not mine though. They feel borrowed, worn, like clothes that don't quite fit, always a little too big or too small. The mirror shows a stranger's eyes looking back. They're still my eyes technically, but the light behind them is different, dimmer. It's the light of the atelier, cold and bright, like a winter morning. The light of something empty, but shining, like a polished stone. I went to a book signing last week in a big city, one of the biggest. The line was long, eager faces waiting, full of hope. A young man came up, holding my new book, his eyes shining with admiration. "Mr. Rodney," he said, his voice trembling a little. "Your work is amazing." He had this look, so hungry, so full of hope, so ready to give everything. He reminded me of myself years ago, full of fire, before the tiredness, before the blank pages, before the fear started to gnaw, before the atelier, before everything changed. I almost opened my mouth to warn him, to tell him to run, to never look for inspiration in strange places, no matter how desperate. But the words wouldn't come out. No, they were stuck. Something held them back, deep inside my throat, a physical block. I just smiled, the same too bright smile I learned from them, the one that doesn't reach my eyes. A fixed, empty smile. And I signed his book, my hand moving smoothly, perfectly, like a machine. The signature was neat, just like the one on the cover. But it wasn't my signature, not truly. It was theirs, a perfect copy, a symbol of their ownership. I sometimes wonder what they'll do next, what else they'll take from me, piece by piece, until nothing is left. Will they take my memories of my childhood, my first love, my family, the faces I still hold dear? I can feel them working, like tiny hands inside my head, rearranging things, making me cleaner, smoother, making me better, they say, making me more publishable, more raw, more real, more perfectly sad, more like a book, less like a man. They're always editing, always refining, always unwriting. They never stop, not even for a moment. I walk through my apartment now, and it feels like a set, a stage for a play. Like a scene from a play I'm in, but I don't know my lines. The furniture, the books on the shelves, even the photos on the wall, they're all just props, part of the story they're writing. I look at old pictures of myself, from before, from another life. My eyes were different then, full of fire, full of life. They had a flicker, a spark of something messy and wild, something uniquely mine, something human, flawed and real. Now, they're still, like a pond on a windless day, deep, but nothing moving, just a flat, clear surface. I try to remember the smell of my mother's baking, warm and sweet, the sound of my dog's bark, happy and loud, faint, like a dream, slipping away, becoming words on a page, part of a story I can't quite grasp. I imagine the new book, the very last one, the ultimate creation, the final draft, written in my own blood. It won't be words. It will be me, emptied out, a blank canvas, a story without a storyteller, a life without a life, just a title and an empty binding, just ink on paper, perfectly trimmed, perfectly carved, a masterpiece of absence. The last thing I'll ever know, the last thought I'll ever have, will probably be theirs. A final chilling whisper from the curator. I hope it's not. I hope I can hold on to one last bit of me, one tiny piece they can't touch. Just a tiny crumb, a single word, a fleeting feeling. That's truly mine, truly Stephen Rodney's. But the hum is getting louder, growing inside my head. The light is getting brighter, blinding me slowly. And I can feel the pen in their hands, scratching, writing away my last moments, writing my ending, line by line, the final draft. It all started when I moved to Franklin, a quiet town. It was tucked away somewhere. It was between the forgotten hills. It was way up in northern Maine. I wasn't running from anything, not really. At least, I didn't think so. I was just tired of the city. I was tired of deadlines. I was tired of the same old mechanical rhythm. Days just blended into nights. It felt like I was stuck, like a broken record. Every morning was the same gray sky, the same rush of cars. My small apartment felt like a cage. The walls closed in. I just needed to breathe, to find a new beat, to hear a different kind of quiet. So I rented a small cottage. It had 2 bedrooms. It was on the very edge of town. It was a cute place. It was old and creaky. It smelled a little like old paper, and it smelled like cinnamon too. It was the kind of smell. It makes you think maybe life could be beautiful again. You know, hopeful. I remember thinking about the clean air, how fresh it felt. The pine trees whispered outside my window, a quiet, steady sound. It was nothing like the city's roar, not at all, just the wind in the needles and the rustle of leaves. I thought I could breathe here, really breathe. I wanted to find peace, to write something true, to just exist, away from all the noise, away from the concrete jungle, away from the constant grind. I dreamt of long walks, of quiet mornings, of words flowing easily onto paper. I imagined sunsets over the hills, red and orange, a fresh start, a new chapter. But beauty, I learned, doesn't mean you're safe. Not at all. It was on my 3rd walk. I was just looking around. I noticed something strange. Figures were standing there. They were behind a dusty window. It was an old antique shop. It sat right there on Franklin Lane. That's where I saw them. They were life-sized dolls. There were 6 of them. They stood perfectly still. They were behind warped glass. It was old and wavy. The glass made the light bend. It made them look blurry, almost like a dream, or a bad painting. The sunlight hit the glass just right. It made them look almost alive. It was eerie, but I couldn't look away. They were dressed so neatly, like real people. They just stared straight ahead. Their eyes were glassy. They almost looked wet. It was really creepy. One of them wore a pale yellow summer dress. It looked like it was hand-sewn. Another one had on an old varsity jacket. It was the kind you see, you know, in faded pictures. From the 1950s, like an old yearbook. Their skin, if you could call it that, felt weird. It just unsettled me. It was too realistic, a little too human-like. It wasn't plastic. It wasn't wax either. It was something else, something different. It looked like real skin, just smoother. Too perfect, like a painting made of flesh. It gave me the creeps. I stepped closer to the window. I had to get a better look. My breath fogged the cold glass. I pressed my face close. The doll in the varsity jacket, well, its face had freckles, just like mine, and its smile was a little crooked, just like mine. It reminded me of someone. I couldn't place it right away, but the feeling was there. It was a familiarity. It clawed at the back of my mind. It wouldn't let go. I stood there for a long time, just staring. The hairs on my arms stood up, but I couldn't move. A weird feeling washed over me, like a cold wave. It wasn't just a weird art display. It was something more. Something was deeply wrong here, deeply unsettling. It felt like a whisper, a cold, soft breath on my neck, a warning, but I didn't know how to hear it. My writer's mind kept buzzing. Questions popped up. Who made these? Why are they so real? Are they supposed to be this creepy? But I was a writer, and curiosity was a strong pull. It was stronger than the chill I felt, stronger than my fear. That night, curiosity won. It beat good sense. I knew it would. I kept seeing their faces, those glassy eyes. They stared at me even when I closed my own eyes. I tossed and turned in my bed. Franklin's quiet felt loud. My mind kept going back to the shop, to those dolls. I told myself it was just art, strange art, but a part of me knew better, a deeper part. I asked around town. People gave me polite smiles. They just shrugged. They talked about the weather. They talked about fishing. Anything but the antique shop. Anything but the dolls. I tried the post office, the general store, the small coffee shop downtown. Everywhere was the same. A quick smile, a quick change of topic. Conversations just died. The moment I brought up the dolls, it was weird. A few people looked down. They stared at their feet. They didn't want to talk. It was like they had a secret, a big one, like they were all in on something I didn't know. Their eyes would flicker just a tiny bit, a hint of fear, a shade of knowing. One old man at the diner. He just whispered to me. He poured me another coffee. His hand shook a little, eyes that looked tired and sad. "Best not to ask," he said, his voice low. "Not here." He looked over his shoulder, like someone might hear him. His eyes were wide, full of something. It looked like fear. He lowered his voice even more, almost to nothing. "Some things are better left alone, son." He tapped his temple, like my brain was doing tricks. "Just live your life. Enjoy the quiet." He walked away quickly, left me alone at the counter. The coffee turned cold in my cup. But I was a writer. Curiosity was like blood in my veins. It kept me going. I couldn't let it go. Not after that. Peter's words just fueled me, made me want to know more. What were they hiding? Why were they so scared? I started digging. I looked through town archives, old papers. The town library was small, full of dusty books. It smelled like old wood and forgotten stories. The librarian was a kind lady, with glasses on her nose. She watched me carefully. As I flipped through old microfiches, the machine hummed softly. The old film rolled past. Dates from long ago, news from a different time. I found missing persons posters. They were faded and torn, yellowed edges, smudges where the ink had run. They were for people. Kids, really. From Franklin. Gone without a trace. No clues, no leads. I even checked old internet forums, ones that hadn't been touched. They hadn't been touched in years, like no one cared anymore. Dead links, ghost towns of the internet, old threads, posts from worried families, begging for information, asking if anyone had seen their child. It felt like a ghost hunt, looking for clues that weren't meant to be found. The more I looked, the more my stomach twisted. A knot formed deep inside me, a cold, hard knot. Each poster was a punch, each name a weight. Then it hit me, like a punch to the gut. The faces on those posters, they were so faded, so old. They were unsolved missing persons reports. From Franklin, they went back 3 decades, for 30 years, and they looked exactly like the dolls, exactly. The very same eyes, same expressions. It was a perfect match. My hands trembled as I held the papers. The truth was shouting. It was screaming in my head. A silent, awful sound. Jason Kepler, missing since 1996. His smile, a little crooked, just like the doll. The varsity jacket wasn't a costume. It was his. It was Jason Kepler's. He had been missing since 1996. I found his photo. It was in an ancient newspaper clipping. It was like looking at a before and after. Before, he was a vibrant teenage boy, full of hope, full of life. After, he was a perfectly preserved waxwork, a corpse, frozen behind glass. It was so horrifying. It made my stomach turn. I felt sick, a deep, cold sickness. The air in the library suddenly felt heavy, hard to breathe. The silence was deafening, filled with unspoken screams. I had to get out. I had to do something. I didn't know what. But I couldn't just sit there. My mind raced. 100 thoughts at once. He turned them into dolls. He turned people into dolls. The horror of it. The sheer, twisted evil. I broke into the antique shop that night. My hands were shaking. They trembled on the lock. It was past midnight. The town was asleep. A sliver of moon hung in the sky. It cast long shadows. My heart made a sound I'd never heard before. It was a kind of distant galloping, like horses far away. It was so loud, I could feel it in my ears, pounding. Each beat was a hammer, hitting my ribs. The air was still and cold. A thin fog clung to the ground. The smell inside the shop wasn't dust. It was something else. It was sweet and rotten and chemical, all at once, like preservatives, maybe formaldehyde, or something much worse. It was the smell of something wrong, something very, very wrong. It hit me hard, like a physical blow. It clung to my clothes, to my hair. A floorboard creaked under my foot. I froze. Every shadow seemed to move. Every whisper of wind felt like a breath. My flashlight beam cut through the dark, dancing over strange objects. Old clocks, broken furniture, forgotten toys. Each one looked like a monster in the dark. Then I heard him, the sculptor, the owner of the shop. He didn't live in town. No one had seen him, not in years. But he was here, in the back, in a small, dimly lit room. A single bare bulb hung from the ceiling. It cast a yellow glow. He was thin, clean-shaven. His white shirt was stained. It was stained at the cuffs. His fingers were slender. They were elegant. They looked more like a concert pianist's fingers. They were so long. He was methodically sanding down a mannequin arm, making it smooth. The soft, rasping sound filled the silence. It was chilling. Over and over, he hummed a low tune, a simple melody. "They stay beautiful this way," he murmured. He didn't even look up. He spoke so calmly, like he was talking about a flower. His voice was soft, almost kind. "They don't leave. They don't age. They don't disappoint." He turned the arm gently. His movements were slow, full of care, full of a sick kind of love. His gaze lifted to me. It was polite, so cold, like the dolls. No warmth at all, just a flat, empty stare. It was the look of someone who sees objects, not people, like I was just another thing, another project. I saw behind him more unfinished dolls. They were on stands. Their shapes were covered with white sheets, like ghosts, a line of pale figures, waiting. One of them was still breathing, barely, just a faint movement, her chest rising and falling. It was so slow. It was terrifying. Her head was covered, but I could see her chest move, a tiny, tiny breath, so shallow, so fragile. Her shoulders trembled, a tiny shudder. She was alive, just barely. A prisoner. He spoke to the dolls, like they were old friends. He called them by name. He complimented their posture, how they stood so straight. He smoothed their synthetic hair, so gently, so carefully. He treated them like treasures, like priceless art. He moved among them, his movements fluid, like a dancer or a predator. And then it hit me. It dawned on me, like a terrible light. He wasn't making dolls of the missing people, not at all. He was making the missing people into dolls. That was it. Their skin was stretched, it was preserved, made to stay. It was reinforced with something synthetic to hold its shape. The eyes were glass replacements. For the ones lost in the process, everything else was real, all of it. That faint smell of decay. It was fighting against gallons of chemical perfume, trying to hide the truth. But it was there, the scent of death, underneath the sweetness. My stomach lurched. I wanted to scream, but no sound came out. My throat was dry. My legs felt like lead, frozen in place. I could feel the cold sweat running down my back. He finished with the arm. He set it down. Then he picked up a needle. It gleamed under the bare bulb. He walked toward the breathing doll, the one with the faint shudders. He held the needle up, like it was a magic wand, ready to finish his work, ready to make her beautiful. I barely got out alive. I ran as fast as I could. I didn't stop running, not until I reached my cottage. My lungs burned. My legs ached. I stumbled through the door and locked it behind me. I fell against the wall, sliding down to the floor, gasping for air, trembling all over. The image of that girl, her chest rising, her silent terror, it burned in my mind. I could still smell the sweet rotten air, still hear the soft rhythmic sanding. Police raided the place weeks later, but the sculptor was gone. He had vanished like smoke, into thin air. The antique shop was empty. The dolls were gone. No trace of him, no trace of the living, breathing horror. The news said they found nothing. No bodies, no clues, just an empty building, with a faint, sweet smell, like a bad dream, or a forgotten nightmare. Sometimes I wonder, is he still out there, watching, crafting? He could be anywhere, in any town, A polite stranger? A quiet artist? Sometimes I wake at night, convinced I hear sanding, software rhythmic, coming from somewhere just beneath my floorboards. It's just my mind playing tricks. I tell myself that. But the sound feels so real, so close, like he's right there, under my bed. Sometimes I wonder if I'm next, if it's my turn, if he's already picked me out as his next exhibit. The thought sends shivers down my spine. It stays with me, every waking moment. The next few days were a blur after I fled that antique shop. It was shallow sleep and paranoia, all the time. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that unfinished doll. She was breathing on the stand. Behind him, her lips were stitched. Faint shudders worked through her bound arms. She wasn't screaming. She couldn't scream. It was too late. Her eyes were wide, full of terror. I saw her every time I blinked, her silent plea. Her face was blurry in my memory, but her fear was clear. I started jumping at shadows. Every creak of the house, every distant car, made me jump. My appetite was gone. Food tasted like ash. I walked around in a daze, a constant state of dread. I went to the police. First thing the next morning, I thought I'd be a good citizen. I thought they would help me, but the first cop I spoke to, he looked at me with this hollow stare, this worn-out look. It wasn't disbelief, not anger, it was resignation. He just looked tired, like he'd heard it all before. His name tag said Officer Miller. His eyes were bags underneath. I told him everything, every detail, the smell, the sanding, the girl. He just nodded slowly, his face blank. "We've had rumors before," he said. His eyes darted around to the hallway of the station, like someone might be listening. He kept his voice low, almost a whisper. "Folks talk, sometimes, about the shop. Nothing we can prove," he mumbled. "Town's quiet. We keep it that way." That was it. That was all he said. He turned back to his desk. Like our talk was over, he started shuffling papers, avoided my gaze. I stood there for a moment, stunned. My hopes had been so high. I thought they would help, but they just let it happen. They always had. I realized quickly, the whole town wasn't just avoiding the topic. They knew. They knew everything. The antique shop had been open for decades, for so long. Generations had passed by it. Kids had grown up. People had moved in. Families grew up here for all that time. Missing posters yellowed under sun and rain. But the dolls stood fresh, untouched, behind that warped glass. Always the same. The town wasn't afraid of him. Not really. They were afraid of what it would cost. To confront him. To face the truth. To break the quiet. It was a sick kind of peace. A deal they'd made. They traded lives for silence. For their own comfort. Their routine. Their untouched lives. The price was human lives. A few lost souls. They looked away. Every single time. This quiet town. It was rotten to the core. I couldn't stay. I couldn't write. I couldn't even think. My mind was a whirlwind of fear, of disgust. Franklin, the place I thought would heal me. It was just another kind of prison. I tried to pack up, to leave Franklin, within the week. I threw my clothes into bags, books into boxes. My hands shook. My movements were clumsy. I just wanted to get out, to run. But my curiosity. It's always been my worst flaw. It pushed me back there, one more time, before I left for good. It was like a magnet, pulling me against my will. A twisted need to see, to confirm the horror. I had to witness it again. Just once. I didn't break in this time. I just stood across the street, staring at the display. The same 6 figures, in their horrible stillness. The afternoon sun was soft. It made the glass shimmer. It gave them a false glow, a fake life. Except, one was gone. The doll in the varsity jacket. It wasn't there anymore. My breath hitched. My heart pounded. Jason, he was gone. My mind raced. Had he finished it, or had it been moved, stored away? And then I saw him, the sculptor. He was standing behind the glass now, clean-shaven, crisp white shirt, his pianist's fingers. They were resting gently on the shoulder of another doll. It was the one in the yellow summer dress. Her face was serene. He was admiring his work, like a proud parent. And on his face, that same polite smile, like before, like a concierge at a grand hotel. Very proper. But his eyes weren't blind. Not at all. They tracked me. Perfectly. Sharply. Like scalpels. Before the first cut. Before the first incision. My blood ran cold. He knew I was there. He had been watching me. All along, it wasn't just a simple gaze, it was a challenge, a silent dare, to see what I would do. I realized it then. The blind act, the shop, the town's silence. It wasn't just complacency, not just that. It was a bargain, a horrible deal. He'd been here for decades because Franklin let him stay. As long as the bodies didn't show up, as long as the dolls stayed pretty, behind the glass, as long as no real evidence could be tied to anyone in power, the police, the mayor, the business owners. They all quietly looked the other way. One missing teenager every few years, that was the price. For their quiet, their routine, their untouched peace, their lives kept going, while others vanished, swallowed by the town's ugly secret, becoming someone's art. The silent agreement. It made me sick. They were all monsters, just like him. I left that day. I left my apartment unlocked. I didn't care anymore. My cottage, my fresh start. It was all ruined. I just wanted to get out, to escape. I drove until the signal bars on my phone came back, and the radio played pop songs instead of dead static. I drove for hours, until Franklin was a distant memory, a dark spot on my map, a nightmare I had barely survived. But I can't rest. The peace I hoped for in Maine never came. It was replaced by a cold dread, a constant unease. Franklin was gone, but it lived inside me. 3 weeks later, a package arrived at my new address. I had moved states, tried to start over, in a new city, far from any hills, no return name, no return address, just a box. My hands shook as I opened it, a terrible feeling rising. It felt heavy, too heavy for its size. Inside, a single eyeball, perfectly preserved. It was floating in a cloudy little jar, labeled only with masking tape, written in careful handwriting. Keep an eye out for me, won't you? It was his handwriting, elegant, precise. The bastard knew. He knew exactly where to find me. My new home felt tainted, no longer safe. He was still out there, and he was watching. I dropped the jar. It clattered on the floor. The eye stared up at me, lifeless, but seeing. It was Jason's eye. I knew it, a part of his horrible art, sent to me as a reminder, as a threat. I don't write much anymore, not like I used to. The words feel hollow, empty. How can I write about beauty, about hope, when this darkness lives inside me? I don't sleep well either. Sometimes I sit in the dark, and I swear I hear faint music, almost delicate, piano music, in the distance, so far away, so close. It's always Chopin, gentle, sad. It plays in my head, over and over. I never believed in curses, not the real kind. Tattoos, they were my whole life, you know, my identity, my way to make a living. Every single one I put on someone's skin was a story, right there, made by my own steady hand. I was really proud of that. Yeah, proud of what I did, proud of how good I was. But none of that stuff mattered, you see. Not on the night I first touched that special ink. My life wasn't always like this mess. Before all the weird stuff happened, I had this little place, a tiny tattoo shop called Black Lantern. It was right on the edge of town, kind of tucked away. It wasn't fancy, not at all. The neon sign outside was busted, you know, blinking on and off, sometimes just off. It used to make a soft, sad hum. The walls were all rough concrete, covered in stickers and all kinds of street art. Artists from around the city had left their mark. It smelled funny in there, like sweat from people getting inked, and that sharp smell of clean stuff, like a hospital. The cleaning solution was strong, and sometimes you could smell burned metal from the machines working so hard. They got hot and buzzed loudly. It was the kind of place where only brave folks went, or maybe just dumb ones, to get tattoos that really meant something to them. People came for tattoos that told their secrets. I spent most of my days there, breathing that air, getting lost in my work. I loved the buzz of the machine, the way the needle danced over skin. It felt like an extension of my own hand. Each line I made felt important, like I was drawing something that would last forever. It was a permanent mark. I saw myself as a kind of storyteller, with ink as my words. Every tattoo was a chapter. People trusted me with their bodies, with their memories, with their dreams. That trust felt like a heavy thing, but a good heavy thing, you know. Still, business was slow. Real slow. Some days, hours would go by with nobody walking through the door. I'd just sit there, listening to the hum of the fridge, drawing new designs in my sketchbook. My hand would ache from all the drawing. My landlord was getting fussy about the rent, and my bank account was looking pretty sad. Bills piled up on my small desk. I felt like I was drowning, just barely keeping my head above water. I needed a big break, a huge break. I needed something to bring people in, something to make Black Lantern special. I wanted my shop to be famous, a place people would travel to. I wanted to feel important again, like I was doing something truly great. My reputation was everything. I felt stuck, like I was going nowhere fast. All my dreams of being a great artist felt like they were slipping away. I'd been working at this for years, and it still wasn't enough. It was a terrible feeling, that feeling of not being good enough. It all started with this big box of old tattoo stuff. I bought it online, from a guy who used to be a really famous tattoo artist in Japan, but he was old now and retired. He said he was selling off his whole collection. I found his listing late one night, just messing around on the internet. I was bored, scrolling through old art supplies. It looked kind of boring at first glance, just a plain wooden box. Nothing special about it. But then I saw the pictures of what was inside. My heart actually skipped a beat. It wasn't just old stuff, it was ancient. Inside the box were these cool brushes and needles made from carved bone. Real old-school stuff. They looked like they'd been used 1,000 times, but carefully, with respect. Each piece looked like it had a history. They were wrapped in old silk cloth, soft and faded. The bone needles felt sharp, even in the pictures. And then there were these little glass bottles, filled with inks that looked super old, with words written on them in Japanese I couldn't read. The glass was dark, almost black, and the labels were faded. They looked like they held secrets. They felt heavy in the pictures, like they held secrets. The light seemed to get swallowed by the dark liquids inside. It was a weird feeling, seeing them there. A strange pull, like a whisper. The stuff was beautiful, seriously, like something you'd put in a museum. Each piece felt like it had a long story to tell. I felt a chill just looking at them. They were really just for collecting, not for actually using. I wasn't supposed to even open them, not really. The seller had even put a note in the listing, saying they were for display only. He wrote it in big bold letters. He warned me not to use them. But things were tough back then, you know. My shop was empty a lot. Business was just slow. Real slow. My name wasn't getting out there the way I wanted. I felt desperate. Truly desperate. I needed something big. Something special. I needed something legendary, something that would make people talk about Black Lantern. I wanted my shop to be famous, a place people would travel to. I wanted to feel important again. I wanted to feel like I was doing something truly great. That desire burned inside me. It was a hunger, a craving. I just wanted to be recognized, to be seen as a true artist. And then, like a bad dream waiting to happen, Mason walked right through my door. It was a rainy Tuesday afternoon, the kind of day where nobody usually showed up. The street was wet and shiny. The bell above the door jingled softly, and I looked up from my sketchbook. I was drawing a tangled dragon design. He paused for a moment, just inside the door. My pencil stopped moving. He wasn't like my usual customers, not at all. My regulars, they often had wild eyes, or they were just excited teenagers trying to be tough. They wore ripped jeans and band t-shirts. Sometimes it was wasted party girls wanting little butterflies on their shoulders. or flowers on their ankles. They giggled and talked loud. Mason was different. He was clean, too clean for my shop. He was tall, wearing clothes you'd wear to an office, like a nice shirt and pants. Everything about him looked expensive and neat. His hair was slicked back, and he had a polite but serious look on his face. He had these black dress shoes on, really shiny ones, that just didn't fit in at Black Lantern at all. They squeaked a little on the concrete floor. He stood there for a moment, just looking around the shop, like he was checking it out. He didn't touch anything, just looked. It was a strange look, almost like he was studying the place. "I heard you do, really detailed work," he said. His voice was quiet, but it was sharp too, like he knew what he wanted. It sounded like he'd thought about this a lot. His eyes were sharp too, watching me closely, like he was sizing me up. They were dark and seemed to see right through me. He gave a tiny nod. "I want something super special," he told me. He didn't even smile. He just stood there, waiting for me to say something. I just nodded, not sure what to expect. His request felt different from anything I'd heard before. My hands felt a little sweaty. There was something about him, something unsettling, but the thought of the money, the idea of a challenge, started to push away the strange feeling. I still don't know why I said yes to him. Maybe it was the money he showed me, right there in his hand. He pulled out a thick wad of bills. It was a lot of cash, more than I'd seen in weeks put together. It was thick, new bills, crisp and green. My eyes just kept going back to it. It was like he knew exactly what I needed. It was tempting, so tempting. My financial problems flashed in my mind. Or maybe it was just the way he looked at me. He didn't look at me like I was just any guy who could draw on skin. He looked at me like I was a real artist, a true master. He made me feel special. He made me feel like I had a special gift, like I was meant for something great. I needed that feeling, you know. God, I needed that feeling so bad, that feeling of being good enough, being important. My pride was all tied up in my work, and it felt like it was dying. This was my chance to prove myself, to be seen. That feeling of importance was so strong, it blinded me to everything else. We talked about the tattoo design over 2 nights, a long time. Mason kept coming back, bringing me more ideas, more sketches. He was very specific about what he wanted. It was called the Devourer. It was going to be these twisted, bony dragons, like skeletons, all tangled up. Their forms were sharp and jagged. They would coil around his ribs, like snakes, their sharp claws reaching right for his heart. Their mouths would be wide open, with rows and rows of shiny teeth, like tiny knives. He wanted them to look hungry, always hungry. The design was complex, demanding. I knew it would be hard. Mason said he wanted the tattoo to look like it was moving, like it was alive, like it could breathe. He kept saying that phrase, like it could breathe. He wanted it to feel like it had its own life, right there on his skin. He even brought me pictures of ancient carvings, showing creatures that seemed to writhe. He wanted that same power. He wouldn't settle for anything less. It had to be perfect, alive. That's when I remembered those old bottles of ink. I had stored them away, almost forgotten them. They were tucked behind some old stencils in the back of a cabinet. I knew it was a crazy idea, but it just popped into my head. The thought slid into my mind so smoothly, so easily. It felt like the right answer. I pulled one out. The glass was dark, almost black. The label was faded, impossible to read now. The ink inside was almost black, but it had a faint red shimmer when the light hit it just right. It gave me a strange feeling, like my teeth wanted to itch. A weird kind of nervous excitement. It felt alive in my hand. It looked perfect for the dark shadows inside those dragon mouths. It would make them look really deep, really scary. It would make them feel like real holes in his skin, like they could swallow light. It would make the dragons truly terrifying. So, yeah, I used it. I told myself it was just for the dark parts, just a tiny bit. It wouldn't hurt anything, I only needed a little bit of it. I dipped the needle into the dark liquid. It looked thicker than normal ink, almost oily. It didn't drip, it clung to the needle. I loaded it carefully into the machine. My hands were steady, surprisingly steady. I felt a weird calm come over me, like I was doing exactly what I was supposed to do. I can't even tell you how it felt to push that needle through his skin. It felt so right, like the ink just wanted to be there, like it belonged. It glided in so smoothly, no resistance at all. It was almost effortless. The lines were super sharp, way sharper than anything I'd ever done before. They looked almost etched into his skin, not just drawn. It was like the ink was cutting the lines itself. And the little details, man, they were just perfect. Every scale, every tiny tooth was exactly right. I could see things I hadn't even drawn, tiny veins in the dragon's wings, faint scars on their bony faces. I had never done work that clean in my whole life. For the first time ever, I felt like the best tattoo artist in the world, like the master I always dreamed of being. This was the legendary work I had chased. It was happening. I was finally achieving my dream. My hands moved without thinking, guided by something beyond me. Mason didn't even flinch, not once. He just sat there, perfectly still. He barely even breathed. It was like he was waiting for something important to happen. His eyes were closed for most of it, his face calm and unmoving. He never made a sound, not a whisper of pain. It wasn't until about 4 hours into the work that I noticed something really weird. The ink, it was moving on its own, just a little bit, curling, shifting. It was like tiny shadows dancing within the dark lines. I saw the dragon's tail twitch, a tiny ripple in Mason's skin. My heart gave a little thump. I thought maybe I was just tired, or my brain was getting fried from trying to focus so hard. I hadn't slept much, and the tattoo machine was buzzing in my ear the whole time. The hum was constant, drilling into my head. My eyes felt dry and strained, like they were burning. I blinked hard, trying to clear my vision. It had to be just my imagination. But then I looked at Mason, and he was smiling. His eyes were still closed, but his lips were curved into a slow, knowing grin. It wasn't a happy smile. It was something else. It was cold. It made the hair on my arms stand up. I stopped for a second, just staring at his face. The smile stayed there, unmoving. It looked like he knew a secret, a dark and terrible secret. I shook my head, trying to clear it. Just tired, I told myself again. It had to be. I finished up the last few lines, quickly, trying to ignore the weird feeling. I just wanted it to be over. I forced myself to finish. My hands felt a little shaky, but I kept going. I pushed the last bit of ink into his skin, carefully, trying to ignore the weird feeling in my gut. The work was almost done. The last details of the dragon's teeth were set. I cleaned the area around the tattoo. I felt a sense of relief, mixed with a growing unease. I knew something was wrong, deep down. When I finally finished, I pulled the light away from his skin, and that's when it happened. The dragons, they blinked at me. I'm not making this up. Their eyes opened, and their pupils moved sideways. They looked right at me. Their tails shifted, curling up towards his collarbones. His skin actually rippled, where it should have been perfectly still. It was like muscles underneath the tattoo were contracting, making the dragons flex. I could see the individual scales moving, like they were breathing. It was sickening. "What the heck?" I whispered. My voice was just a tiny sound. It barely made it past my throat. My jaw felt like it had dropped to the floor. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. My hands started to tremble badly. I wanted to run, to scream. My skin felt cold and clammy. Mason slowly buttoned his shirt. He didn't rush, just took his time. He fixed the cuffs on his sleeves. He looked at me, his eyes shining with something I didn't understand. It looked like pure joy, but twisted. It was a look of awful triumph. "Perfect," he said. His lips curled into a big grin. It was the same cold smile he had before. "Finally," he said again. He said it like he had been waiting a very long time for this exact moment. It was like he had achieved some terrible goal. I didn't even charge him any money. I just wanted him out of my shop, right then. I wanted him to disappear, to walk out the door and never come back. I just nodded quickly, not even looking at him. My eyes were still fixed on his chest, trying to see the dragons move beneath his shirt. My mind was reeling. I couldn't process it all. He turned and walked out, his shiny shoes squeaking on the concrete floor. The bell above the door jingled once more. The sound was faint, swallowed by the ringing in my ears. I just stood there, frozen, staring at the spot where he had been. My heart was pounding like a drum, a frantic beat against my ribs. I felt sick to my stomach. I wanted to tell myself it was a trick of the light, a hallucination, but I knew it wasn't. The dragons were real, but that wasn't the end of it. That was just the beginning of a nightmare I couldn't wake up from. The days following were a blur of sleepless nights and growing dread. Every shadow felt like a monster. I couldn't stop thinking about the dragons, about their blinking eyes. I tried to convince myself it was just exhaustion, a bad dream. I scrubbed my shop floors over and over, trying to clean away the memory. 3 days later, I woke up to loud banging on my door. It was my friend Jamie, who does piercings down the street from me. He burst into my apartment, his eyes wide and scared. His face was pale, and he was breathing hard, like he'd been running. "You gotta see this," he choked out, holding up his phone. His hand was shaking. Jamie was usually so calm, so cool. Seeing him like this made my blood run cold. It had to be bad. He shoved his phone screen right in my face. The headline was huge, you know. Local man found dead in apartment. Mutilated. Flayed. Strange symbols on walls. My stomach dropped. I knew it. I knew it had to be Mason. A cold wave washed over me. It was Mason. Or at least, what was left of him. The article had a blurry picture, but I could make out the outlines. My eyes could barely focus. His skin had been peeled off in huge pieces, just hanging there on the walls like gross wallpaper. It looked like some kind of sick art project. The room was a bloody mess, a horror show. But the weirdest part was the dragons. They weren't on the skin that was hanging. They were still on what was left of his body. They were dark against the raw flesh, and they were alive. They were twisting. They were feeding. The picture showed them rippling, moving, even without a person animating them. It looked like they were chewing on his insides, growing fatter. I threw up right there on my living room rug. It felt like my whole body was trying to reject what I had just seen. My mind screamed at me, telling me it wasn't real, but I knew it was. The smell of bile filled my mouth, hot and bitter. My knees buckled. Jamie put a hand on my shoulder, but I shook it off. I was shaking from head to toe. This was all my fault. I should have burned that ink right then, you know, but I didn't. Why? I still don't know. Maybe I felt guilty, or maybe I was just too proud of the art. It was my masterpiece, my greatest work. It was the most incredible thing I had ever created, even if it was a monster. Or maybe it was like an addiction, something I couldn't stop, a dark pull I couldn't fight. It had its hooks in me. Whatever it was, I took that old bottle of ink and locked it away. I felt like I was protecting a monster, guarding it. I couldn't bring myself to destroy it. It was too beautiful, too powerful. I put it in the old supply cabinet in my studio, way in the back. I pushed it behind some old cleaning rags and unused stencils. I tried to forget about it, really hard. I told myself it was just a bad dream. I told myself it was a terrible accident. But the image of those moving dragons kept replaying in my mind. Sleep became impossible. Every creak of the floorboards made me jump. But it called to me. It started with whispers, just really soft ones. I would hear them when I was cleaning my needles, or when I was scrubbing the stencil machines. Just faint sounds, like the ocean way far away, or dry leaves rustling. It was like the ink was alive, trying to talk to me. It burrowed into my thoughts, slowly, quietly. It told me things I wanted to hear, things about being famous, about being a legend. It promised me greatness. It promised me more perfect art, more power. It filled my head with impossible designs. Then came the visions. I would see tattoo ideas in my head, ones I'd never thought of before. They were so clear. They were like full-body masterpieces, huge pieces of art that would make me famous forever in the tattoo world. They were designs that flowed and moved, impossible shapes that seemed to breathe right in my mind. They would make my name legendary, more than legendary. They would make me a god in the tattoo world. The visions were beautiful, overwhelming. They showed me a future I craved. So, of course, I gave in. I used the ink again. My hand just reached for it automatically, like it had a mind of its own. I tried to fight it, to tell myself no, but the desire was too strong. The whispers grew louder, turning into a sweet song. I couldn't resist. It was only for small tattoos at first, like a koi fish here, a little snake there. Nothing too big, nothing too crazy. Just enough to feel that thrill again, that feeling of making perfect art. Just a little taste. My clients would leave happy, really happy. They'd say the tattoos looked more alive than anything they'd ever seen. They'd rave about how good they looked, how they seemed to shimmer in the light. They didn't know the terrible secret. They kept coming back, bringing their friends. Business at Black Lantern boomed. Weeks later, I'd start hearing whispers, rumors, people getting hurt in terrible ways, people just disappearing. I heard them on the news, on the radio, from other tattoo artists. It was always in the area. It was always about someone who had visited Black Lantern. My stomach would twist into knots. A man ripped open his own chest at a dance club. They said he was screaming about a demon inside him. His koi fish tattoo had come alive, they said. It had eaten its way out. A girl was found floating in the canal, her arms covered in symbols that couldn't be real, like her tattoos had just grown while she slept. The symbols had spread beyond the tattoo, like they were reaching for her heart. It was a small snake design, innocent at first. Another story came out about a woman who had a small bird tattoo. It suddenly flew off her skin, leaving a raw wound, a gaping hole. They said it flew away into the night sky. Each story was worse than the last, each one a fresh stab of guilt. You didn't have to be a genius to figure it out. All the pieces fit together. Every single one of them had come from my shop. They had all gotten tattoos from me, tattoos made with the special ink. The ink was a curse, a living evil. But by then, I was hooked. Not on the violence, not on the death. I was hooked on the art. These tattoos were my masterpieces, you see. They were perfect. I had never felt such a high before. The feeling of creating something so utterly perfect, so magically alive, was like a drug. It made me forget about the fear, the guilt, the horror. It made me forget about Mason, about the others. It made me forget everything else. The need to create more, to push the boundaries, consumed me. I stopped sleeping altogether. My mind was always racing, thinking about new designs, new ways to use the ink. I'd stay up all night, drawing, planning. The shop became my whole world, my prison. I barely ate. My face in the mirror didn't look like mine anymore. My eyes were all red, and my skin was pale and gray. There were dark circles under my eyes, like bruises. My hair was messy, tangled. I looked like a ghost of myself, a tired, haunted man. I could even swear I saw patterns forming on my own arms, designs that I hadn't even drawn myself. They were faint at first, like tiny veins pulsing under my skin. Then they grew stronger, like dark lines drawn with invisible ink. They looked like tiny versions of the tattoos I was putting on others. It was the ink. It wanted more. It always wanted more. It wanted to be everywhere, on everyone. It was like a hunger, a thirst that could never be filled. I felt it pulsing inside the bottle, like a living heart. It was creepy, but I couldn't stop. My body was becoming a canvas for its unspoken desires. It was a terrifying thought, that I was just a tool. It made me feel like I was losing myself, piece by piece. My hands moved on their own. I ignored Jamie's worried calls, and I stopped seeing my few remaining friends. I only cared about the ink, about the next masterpiece. My world shrunk to just the shop, the bottle, and the buzzing machine. It all came to a really bad point when Emma walked in. She was my ex-girlfriend, my anchor, you know, the one person who always kept me steady. She was my first real love, the one who always believed in me. We hadn't talked in over a year, ever since I messed everything up with my obsession for work. I pushed her away, choosing my art over her. I regretted it every day. Seeing her standing there made my heart ache. She looked a little older, maybe, but her smile was still the same, warm and kind. She looked a little sad, maybe, but still beautiful. My stomach clenched. I didn't deserve her kindness. She came in for a cover-up tattoo. Something stupid her new boyfriend had put on her thigh. It was a cheesy little heart with an arrow through it. She hated it, and she just wanted it gone. She trusted me more than anyone. She always had. She sat down in the chair, her eyes full of trust. "Just a nice, clean, classic rose," she said, and she smiled. Her voice was soft, like a gentle breeze. My heart hammered in my chest. I wanted to do this right, to make something beautiful for her, to make up for all the messed up stuff. I owed her that much, at least. I reached for the normal black ink I always used. My hand hovered over the bottle, shaking slightly. I told myself to use it, to be safe, to be the old me, the good me. But then a warmth spread through my fingers. It wasn't my hand anymore. It was like the ink was pulling it. My arm felt heavy, like it was being guided by something else. But my hand, God help me, it went straight to the special ink. It felt warm under my fingers, like a living thing, like it was breathing. It practically pulled my hand towards it. I couldn't stop myself. It was a struggle, a silent fight within my own body. But the ink was stronger. It had become a part of me. She sat there, chatting softly, not even knowing what I was about to do. She talked about her new job, about how her cat was doing, about funny things her friends had said. She was totally unaware. She was so trusting, so open. My heart broke for her. She had no idea. She was just talking about her day, her new job, totally unaware as I dipped the needle. My stomach was twisting, but I kept going. The ink felt powerful. It felt like I was being controlled. I still don't know why I did it. Maybe some messed up part of me just wanted to show her how good I was now, how much talent I had, that I was special, that I wasn't just another bad relationship in her life, that I could make something amazing for her, something truly unforgettable. I wanted her to look at me with awe, with wonder. I wanted her to see how much I had grown, how powerful I had become. I wanted her to be impressed. It was a desperate plea for acceptance, a final terrible gamble. I didn't even get very far. Maybe 3 lines, possibly 4, before she screamed. It wasn't a little scream. It was a raw, guttural shriek that tore through the shop. My ears rang. It was the sound of pure horror, of utter agony. The rose petals, they started folding inward, turning black. The whole rose started to shrivel up, like paper burning in a fire. The color drained from it, leaving a dark, ugly mess. It looked like the ink was devouring her skin. The vines of the rose tightened around her thigh, like snakes squeezing her leg. They actually looked like they were moving, twisting into her skin. Emma's eyes went wide with pure terror. She stared at her leg, then at me. Her face was frozen in a mask of horror. She fell right off the chair, screaming, clawing at her own skin. She was trying to tear the ink off, trying to pull it away, but it was stuck there, like a burning brand. Her nails dug into her leg, drawing blood. She thrashed on the floor. That sound, that scream, it woke me up. It snapped me out of whatever spell I was under. It was the sound of her pain, of her pure horror, that finally broke through the ink's hold on me. I saw the terror in her eyes, and it was worse than anything I had ever seen. I yanked the machine's cord out of the wall. It clattered to the floor. The buzzing stopped, leaving a terrible silence. I grabbed my cleaning solvent, the strong stuff, the kind that stings. My hands were shaking so hard I almost dropped it. I had to help her somehow. I had to fix this. I poured it all over her leg. She shrieked again. The air filled with the smell of alcohol and ink melting and skin burning. It was horrible, like a chemical fire. Smoke even rose from her leg. The smell was acrid, burning my nose and throat. I could see the ink trying to fight back, resisting the solvent. It bubbled and hissed on her skin. I kept pouring. I grabbed some gauze and pressed it hard on her leg. I held her close, trying to make her stop screaming. Tears were streaming down my face. My voice was broken, a desperate plea. Stay with me, I kept saying. I rocked her gently, trying to comfort her, trying to make the pain stop. I wanted to turn back time, to undo everything. She was sobbing, her body trembling against mine. I held her tight, not caring about the blood or the smell. All I cared about was her. Emma survived. Barely. She had nerve damage in her leg and awful burn scars. They were ugly, twisted marks that would never go away. She would never look at me the same way again. The trust was broken, forever. But she was alive. That was all that mattered. That night, I took that old bottle of ink and walked straight out the back door of Black Lantern. My mind felt numb, empty of everything but a cold resolve. I had to end it, no more hiding. There was an incinerator out there, like a huge metal oven for burning trash. It was old and rusty, used for getting rid of broken furniture and old shop waste. I had used it many times before. It stood in the back alley, a dark, silent metal box. I put the bottle in and watched it burn. I poured a little extra fuel on it, just to make sure. The flames licked around the glass, turning it black. I felt a strange mix of fear and relief. A part of me still wanted to save it, to keep its power. But Emma's scream echoed in my mind. I didn't even flinch when the fire suddenly flashed bright green and then blue. It glowed with an eerie light for a few seconds, like a dying star. Then it settled back into its normal orange glow. It was like the ink was screaming as it burned. I watched until the bottle was nothing but melted glass and ash. I stayed there for a long time, just watching the embers die down. I wanted to believe it was over, that I was free, that the nightmare was finally finished. But I knew better. My gut told me it wasn't true, but I know it's not truly over. Ink doesn't die, not like that. It stains. It leaves a mark that stays forever. It gets into your blood, into your bones, into your very soul. It had seeped into me. My arms still itch sometimes, even now. They itch in the shape of designs I never even drew myself. They're faint, like shadows, but I can feel them sometimes when I'm alone in the dark. They pulse with a faint, phantom energy. And late at night, when I'm all alone in my dark apartment, I swear I hear the dragons breathing. I hear a faint scratching sound, like claws on stone. I hear them twisting. It's a soft, rhythmic sound, like something turning under skin. My shop, Black Lantern, closed down a few weeks after Emma. I couldn't keep it open, not with the memories. I sold all my equipment. I tried to start fresh, to work a normal job, but nothing felt right. The smell of ink, the sound of a machine, they just brought back the horror. I lived alone, hiding from the world. My life was empty, a shadow of what it used to be. Jamie stopped calling me after a while. I understood why. I didn't blame him. I was a monster, a walking curse. There's this new tattoo shop across town now. It's owned by a young guy. Maybe he's 23. He's one of those up-and-coming artists, making a name for himself fast. He's doing some amazing work. His Instagram page is full of stunning designs. He's getting famous quickly. His flyer landed on my doorstep this morning. It was just a plain paper flyer, nothing fancy. It had his shop name. I picked it up, my hand trembling slightly. My eyes scanned the words, then the pictures, and I saw it. I recognized the shimmer of red-black ink in his promo photo, right there. It was a small design, just a single eye, but I knew that color. It was the same faint red shimmer, the same deep, dark black. The eye in the photo looked so real, so alive. It looked like it was watching me. It was the ink. It found a new artist, a new home. I dropped the flyer. It fluttered to the floor like a dead leaf. The air in my apartment felt heavy, suffocating. I won't sleep tonight. I'm not sure if I ever will again. The ink lives on, a hungry thing, and it will want more, so much more. I just hope he's stronger than I was. I hope he can fight it, but I don't think he can. No, no one can. The curse has begun again, and I am here to witness it, forever haunted. It's a living nightmare. I never told anyone the full truth about what happened in those mountains. How could I, really? Saying it out loud would mean admitting I was stupid. It would mean admitting I walked right into a trap. No, worse than that. It would mean admitting I let a friend walk into it first. The shame of it just burns me up inside. It sits there, like a cold rock. It squeezes my chest when I least expect it. I feel it when the sun sets. I feel it when the wind blows just right. It's always there, a heavy weight. But I gotta tell someone, even if it's just to the empty air. Maybe saying it out loud will finally make it real for me. Maybe then, this crushing feeling will lighten just a bit. Maybe. I went back there, after the first time. But you gotta hear how it all started. Before I ever stepped onto that bad ridge, before I knew what those woods really held, before my life became this quiet, lonely thing, it was Gavin's idea. Yeah, Gavin. My old buddy from college. We used to hike all the time as back then. We were inseparable, always planning our next big adventure, always pushing each other to go further. We spent whole summers in the woods, campfires under big stars, laughing until our sides hurt. We knew the mountains like the back of our hands, or so we thought. We felt like kings out there. We knew every stream, every hidden path. We thought we were smarter than the woods. We hadn't talked in like 2 whole years. Not since his sister disappeared. It was a real mess. It tore him apart. It tore our friendship apart too. We just drifted. Her name was Clara. She was younger than us, but tough. Real tough. Like a small wildfire. She had this bright laugh, always ready for anything. Always with a sparkle in her eye. She loved those woods even more than we did. Said they made her feel free. Like she belonged there. She wasn't scared of anything. No, not Clara. She walked those trails like they were her backyard. She'd been out in those very mountains. Supposedly alone. Supposedly super good at hiking. She knew the rules. Always tell someone where you're going. Carry a map. Stay on the marked trails. But no one ever found her. Not a trace. Only stories. Just whispers that grew louder with time. The news said she just got lost. Maybe fell. That's what they tried to say. They wanted to make it sound normal. They searched for weeks. Dogs, helicopters, volunteers. But they found nothing. But we knew better. Gavin especially knew better. He felt it in his gut. Stories about cries for help, whispers echoing along the tree line, vague footprints that just vanished. Like mid-step. People talked. The old-timers in town. They mumbled things. Looked away when you asked. They talked about the mountain having a voice. A hungry voice that tricked you. They said she was just gone. Like dust in the wind. Like the mountain just swallowed her whole. It swallowed her up and left no trace. And Gavin, he just changed after that. He became quiet, always looking far off. His eyes looked empty, like something inside him had gone out. He wasn't Gavin anymore. He carried a deep sadness. It was heavy on him, like a cloak. When Gavin called me that summer, his voice was thin. It sounded all frayed at the edges, like a rope that was about to break. He was so far from the old Gavin. It scared me, almost. I had barely heard from him since Clara. A text here, a short call there. Nothing real. "Steve," he said, real quiet-like. "I need you to come back out with me." My stomach dropped. I knew what he meant. Those mountains. The ones that took Clara. My blood ran cold. The thought of going back there made my skin crawl. I wanted to say no. I wanted to just hang up the phone. Make up some excuse. Tell him I was busy. Tell him I was sick. Anything to avoid it. "I think I know where she went," he said. And that was it. That was the hook. That was the thing that pulled me back in. It grabbed hold of me, real tight. It was the hope in his voice, the desperation. I couldn't ignore it. I really didn't want to go. I was done with that life, the trails, the deep woods, the isolation, the fear. I had tried to forget, tried to push the whole Clara thing out of my head. It hurt too much. I had moved away, started a new job, tried to build a new life, but guilt, man, it works on you. It grabs hold tight. It sinks its teeth in. It never lets go. I owed Gavin plenty, more than I could say. He wasn't just a friend. He was family. He was there for me when my dad was sick. He was my rock through college. He helped me out of so many bad spots. When I almost flunked out, He tutored me for hours. When my girlfriend left me, he just sat with me in silence. He pulled me out of trouble more times than I could count. He never asked for anything back, just my friendship. So, even though my gut screamed no, I said yes. I couldn't just leave him to it. He needed me. I knew it. He was too broken to go alone. It would kill him. We planned it all out. 3 days, deep into the backcountry, no marked trails, just wild, rough land, the kind of land where cell phones don't work, where you're truly alone, where no one can hear you scream. We packed everything, heavy backpacks, special gear, radios, just in case, flares for emergencies, extra batteries, first aid kits, enough food to last a week, just in case. We even had a satellite phone, just for extreme danger, but it felt useless somehow, like it wouldn't matter out there. Gavin had done his homework. More than homework, really. He'd gone full detective. He was obsessed. He spent months digging, searching every corner of the internet, reading old newspaper clippings. He looked up local rumors, talked to old park rangers, guys who would just shake their heads and refuse to go past certain markers on maps. They spoke of whispers, of things that played tricks on your mind, things that called your name. They said the mountains had a spirit, a hungry one. It woke up sometimes. He showed me some blogs, too. Super weird stuff. Written by hikers who posted a few times, then just stopped. Like they dropped off the face of the earth. Their last posts were always strange, full of fear, about voices, about losing their way. One guy wrote about hearing his mother call to him. Another heard his dog barking. All of it talked about something out there. Something that called to you. Something that made you lose your way. A trickster of the woods. A hungry thing that waited. It watched. It learned. We drove for hours to get there. The car was silent most of the way. The silence was thick between us. Gavin just stared out the window. His face was gray and far away. He looked like a ghost already. I tried to make small talk, but he just grunted. My words felt useless. We parked the car where the paved road ended. Just a dirt path from there. We started hiking late that morning. The air was thick with the smell of pine, and something else, a faint, damp smell. The trail was steep right away. Our packs felt heavy on our shoulders. Each step was a grunt. The sun beat down through the trees, but it didn't feel warm enough. We set up base camp on the first night. The air was cold already, even in summer. The trees were tall, standing like dark soldiers. They pressed in around us. So many trees, so many places to hide, so many places to get lost. The shadows grew long and twisted. They looked like grasping hands. "Do you really believe it?" I asked him that night. We were sitting by a small fire. Sparks flew up into the dark. The fire felt small against the vastness of the woods, like a tiny eye blinking in the night. It felt lonely. "The crying?" I asked. "The voice?" My voice was thin. I didn't want to hear the answer. He didn't answer right away, just stared into the flames. His face was lit by the firelight, looking so tired, like he hadn't slept in a year, like he carried the whole world on his shoulders. He looked aged. "I don't know, Steve," he finally said. His voice was barely a whisper, but I hear her. His eyes were red-rimmed. He looked so lost. My heart ached for him. It was a raw pain. "I hear her every goddamn night," he said again, "ever since she disappeared in my dreams. When I'm awake." He buried his face in his hands. His shoulders shook. He was really broken. He shivered a little. "And last week," he went on, "I heard her again. Like, for real. Out there." He pointed vaguely into the deep shadows beyond the fire. Same voice. Same words. He sounded so certain. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the mountain air. It was a cold, creeping dread. It snaked its way up my spine. A feeling of wrongness. Of something ancient and bad. We slept rough that night. Or tried to. Every rustle of leaves sounded like something else. Every snap of a twig made you jump. The shadows around the fire seemed to dance, and sometimes I thought I saw things moving in them, just at the edge of my sight. I pulled my sleeping bag tighter. My eyes darted around. I didn't close them much. Day 2, we pushed deeper. The trees got thicker. The path, if you could even call it that, was almost gone. We had to push branches out of our way, climb over fallen logs. It was hard going. The air grew heavy, like the oxygen was getting sucked out of it. It felt like breathing through a wet cloth. The silence was different here, not peaceful. It was a watchful silence. That's when we saw it. The first memorial cross, nailed to a blackened tree trunk. It stood there stark against the dark bark, a silent sentinel. It was old. The wood was dark and worn, almost eaten away by time, like it had been there for 100 years. Names that had been carved into it were long gone, wiped away by rain and sun. No one remembered them. It just stood there, a silent warning, a grim reminder, a marker of lost souls. Below it, almost hidden, was a faint carving in the bark. It looked like someone had scraped it with a sharp rock. The lines were thin but clear, hard to see at first glance. Don't listen, just those 2 words. Simple, clear, and they made my blood run cold. They screamed at me, like someone had reached inside my chest and squeezed my heart. It was a message from the dead. Gavin just stared at it. His face was white. He reached out, touched the rough bark. His fingers trembled. His fingers traced the letters. He looked like he was about to cry. His mouth was open a little. "Someone tried to warn us," he mumbled. "Someone knew." His voice was barely a whisper now. His voice was hollow, empty, like the wind had blown through him. He was losing hope. We kept going. But the air felt different now. Heavy. Like something was watching us. Every shadow seemed deeper. Every sound in the woods felt like it had eyes. The woods were alive. The trees seemed to close in. The canopy above us blocked out the sun. It was like we were walking into a cave. The light that did get through was green and dim. It felt like twilight even in the middle of the day. We made camp early that day. The sun was still high, but Gavin wanted to be settled before dark. He was spooked. He was jumpy, kept looking over his shoulder, listening to nothing. His eyes darted everywhere. He kept fiddling with his radio, checking the batteries again and again, like it was the only thing holding him together. As the light faded, a strange quiet fell over the woods. Not just the normal quiet, a heavy, waiting quiet. The kind of quiet that makes your ears ring, that makes your own heartbeat sound too loud. It pressed in on us. The air got colder again. The wind started to pick up. Just a whisper at first. It sighed through the leaves. It rustled the leaves around us. A soft sigh, like something breathing nearby. Then, it started. Just as the last light left the sky. Software. Just behind the sound of the wind, like someone sighing. A gentle sound, a gentle breath, fading in and out. It was barely there, almost not there at all. But I heard it. My ears strained. It was too clear to be just the wind. "Help me," it whispered, so faint, like it was carried on the very edge of the breeze. It sounded so small, so tiny, like a child crying for its mother. I froze. Gavin froze too. We both stared at each other, eyes wide. Our faces were pale in the dim light. My blood turned to ice water. My skin crawled. A shiver ran down my spine. "Please," the voice went on. A little clearer now, closer. It was getting closer. It was closer than before, right outside our camp, just beyond the firelight. "Someone," it pleaded, sounded so sad, so lost, so completely broken, like a small child, like someone in terrible pain. My heart broke for it. "Help." The word hung in the air, a hook, a lure. My heart started thumping hard against my ribs. It sounded so real, so human. It sounded exactly like Clara, exactly like her voice, her little whisper. The way she used to ask for a cookie, the way she used to laugh. It was her. Gavin stood up slow. His eyes were huge, full of fear, but also something else. Hope. A wild, desperate hope that shone in his eyes. He saw his sister there. "That's her," he said. His voice was shaking. "I know it, Steve." He started to walk towards the sound. like he was being pulled by an invisible string, like he was a puppet. I grabbed his arm, my fingers dug into his sleeve. "Gavin, no," I said. My own voice was just a gasp. I could feel his muscles tensing under my hand. He was stronger than me. He pulled away. "It could be anything," I tried to tell him. "An echo, the wind, a trick of the valley." My mind raced, trying to find any other answer, any other reason, any excuse. But he wasn't listening. His eyes were fixed on the dark trees, on where the voice seemed to come from. He was lost in that sound, trapped by it. He was gone already. "It's her!" he shouted, a desperate, wild sound. It bounced off the trees. It was a cry of pure anguish and hope. It echoed through the dark woods, a terrible scream. And before I could stop him, before I could even say another word, he was running. He just bolted into the dark. His headlamp bounced wildly, a frantic light beam dancing through the trees. "Gavin!" I yelled. But he was already a shadow, gone in an instant, swallowed by the night. He moved with a speed I didn't know he had, like he was driven by something else, something unseen. I chased after him. My feet stumbled over roots and rocks. My heart hammered. My lungs burned. My lungs burned with each breath. The darkness seemed to rush around me. It felt alive. The branches clawed at my face. My backpack snagged on thorns. But the voice moved. It didn't stay put. It always stayed just beyond us, always drawing you deeper into the thick woods, into the dark, into its trap. It was like a living thing, twisting and turning, always just ahead, always just out of reach. It called again for help, and it sounded like it was right in front of me now, so close. Then it sounded like it was behind me, then to my left. It twisted and turned in the air. It toyed with me. It made me spin in circles, trying to find it. Made me dizzy. It pulled me in. It disoriented me. Made me spin in circles. My head swam. I kept calling Gavin's name. My throat was raw. "Gavin, where are you?" My voice cracked and broke. I was so scared, so completely alone. Just a terrified whisper. The voice kept calling back. Not Gavin's, not his sister's, just always the same words for help. But now I noticed something, a subtle change, a hint of something else. It sounded a little like me, just a tiny bit. My own fear echoing back, my own desperate plea. It was mocking me, using my own pain. It felt like hours. I ran until my legs burned, until my lungs hurt, until I couldn't run anymore. I tripped and fell again and again. My hands were scraped and bleeding. My knees were bruised. The headlamp beam from Gavin was gone. Just blackness. A heavy, final blackness. The woods were a solid wall of night around me. I couldn't see anything. I was blind. I lost Gavin that night. I knew it in my bones. He was gone. A cold certainty settled over me. It felt like a punch to the gut, a terrible, crushing weight. I stumbled and fell, scraped my hands on the rough ground. My breath hitched. I lay there for a minute, gasping for air. The smell of damp earth filled my nose. My whole body ached. The air turned colder. The voice went quiet. Too quiet. The silence was absolute. The silence was heavier than any sound. It felt like something was holding its breath, waiting. I lay there for a long time, just listening to my own ragged breathing and the pounding of my heart. The night was long and empty. I didn't sleep. I just shivered, waited for the sun. Every sound made me jump. Every moment felt like an eternity. I wanted it to end. When the first light came, pale and weak through the trees, I started looking. It felt like the world was waking up around me, but I hadn't slept at all. I was still stuck in the nightmare. I walked in circles, called his name until my voice was just a croak. It was a useless sound. My throat was raw and sore. My voice was gone. I could barely whisper. I found his pack first, just sitting there, leaning against a big mossy rock. It looked almost neat, like he had just put it down to rest. No sign of a struggle. His radio was still clipped to the side, turned off. His water bottle was half full. His survival knife was tucked in its sheath. Everything was there, nothing disturbed. I checked inside the pack. His emergency blanket was folded neat. His food was untouched. Nothing was missing. It was like he just set it down and walked away, without a single thought, like he had simply disappeared into thin air, without a struggle, without a sound. Then I saw it, a smear of something dark, on the rocks near the edge of a ravine. It was red, like blood, but it wasn't much, just a smear, small and insignificant. It looked too small, not enough for a body, not enough for anything, just a hint. No sign of him, not a footprint, no torn clothes, nothing else, just that smear. It was like he just vanished, like his sister. The mountains just swallowed him up, the same way Clara had vanished, the same mystery, the same terrible ending. I stood there for a long time. My head felt fuzzy, like I was moving through water. My mind refused to take it in. It was too much. My brain felt broken. Then I turned around, and I walked. I didn't stop. I couldn't. I didn't know which way I was going at first. Just away. Away from that place. I walked back to civilization like a shell of myself. Empty. Hollowed out. Every step was heavy. Every breath was a struggle. My body felt like lead, but also filled with the same gnawing guilt that had driven Gavin back into those cursed woods. The guilt was a heavy weight, like a rock in my chest. I should have stopped him. I should have held on tighter. I should have listened to my gut. I should have just said no from the start. I should have never let him go back. I should have locked him up. I just kept walking. The trees blurred past me. The silence was deafening. The woods felt like they were watching me leave, judging me, whispering my name. I finally made it out. Stumbled onto a gravel road. A kind old lady in a beat-up truck picked me up. Her face was wrinkled and kind. Her eyes were warm. They held a deep sadness. She didn't ask many questions, just saw the look on my face. She knew. She probably saw it often. People coming out of those mountains, changed, broken. She dropped me off at my car. It felt like another lifetime, like I was a different person. The car felt alien. The steering wheel cold beneath my hands. The normal world felt wrong. I drove home on autopilot. The whole world felt gray. Everything was numb. The colors seemed to have left the world. Everything was a dull blur, like a bad dream. I went inside my apartment. It felt too big, too quiet, too empty. The silence was the worst part. It echoed with what wasn't there, with Gavin, with Clara. I slept for a day straight, or maybe two. I don't really remember, just a black hole. My body was just used up, empty. My mind was numb. I just remember waking up feeling dirty and tired, so very tired, like 100 years had passed, like I had been through a war I lost. And here's the part I didn't tell anyone. Not my family, not my few friends, no one. 2 days after I got home, my phone rang. I almost didn't answer it. My hand hovered over the screen. My heart beat faster. It was pounding. It was a number I didn't know, no caller ID, just unknown. It looked like any other random call, but something felt wrong. A cold feeling. I picked it up, hesitated, heard static at first, just a hiss, like bad radio reception, like someone was far away or trapped. Then I heard it, a whisper, faint, barely there. Steve. My heart leaped, my stomach twisted. No, it couldn't be. It couldn't be from the mountains. I was home, safe, I told myself. Help me, the voice finished. It was so soft, so heartbreaking. And then, my blood went cold. Real cold. Colder than any mountain night. My whole body went numb. My skin prickled with goosebumps. My breath caught in my throat. It wasn't Gavin's voice. Not his sister's either. It wasn't a stranger. It was something else. Something much worse. Something that knew me. It was mine. My own voice. Echoing. Distorted. Like it was fed back to me. Like bait. The sound of my own panic. The sound of my own cries for help. From the woods. Like an old recording of myself. Desperate and pleading. All my fear played back to me. The way I had screamed Gavin's name in the woods. The fear in my own voice. It was all there. Every crack, every tremble, every hint of terror. It was perfectly me. It was like it had taken a piece of me, taken my fear, my cries, and was throwing them back, like it had stolen my very essence, my very being, to use against me. The phone went dead. Just a click. Then silence. A deep, heavy silence. The silence this time was sharp, like a knife edge. It cut through me. I sat there, shaking. My hands were clammy. My mind raced, trying to make sense of it, trying to deny it, but I couldn't. It wasn't just in the mountains anymore. That's what I realized. It had followed me. Whatever I escaped, whatever I ran from, it didn't stay there. It clung to me. It followed me home. It found me. It was here. It was in my apartment, with me, inside my walls, inside my head. I started seeing things, or feeling things, just at the edge of my vision. A shadow moving in the corner of a room, the feeling of being watched. When I looked directly, it was gone. Just a trick of the light. But it wasn't. When I was alone, I'd hear things. A faint rustle. A whisper. My name. It was always just out of reach. Never clear, never enough to prove it. But it was there. Always. A constant low hum of fear. A buzzing in my ears. It was like a terrible background noise to my life. A soundtrack of dread. I started checking my windows, locking my doors twice, triple locking them. I felt like a crazy person, but I couldn't stop. I had to be safe. My sleep was gone. I would just lie there, listening, waiting, my eyes wide open in the dark, every nerve on edge, waiting for something, waiting for the phone to ring again, waiting for that voice, my voice. Sometimes, in the dead of night, I'd hear it. Not on the phone, just in the air, faint, like a breath next to my ear, so close. It was always my voice, my own fear, my own desperation. It tore at me. It wasn't a mountain thing, it was a hunger, a living, breathing hunger. It feeds on something, on loneliness, on guilt, on fear. My fear, it wants to make you scream, to make you call for help, to break you, and then it takes that sound. It takes your fear, it takes your voice, and it uses it. It uses it to find the next person, to draw them in. It followed Gavin's sister. It took her. It used her voice. It used her voice to find Gavin, to take him, and now it was using my voice, and now it followed me, and it was waiting, always waiting. It was waiting for me to be weak, for me to call out, to make a sound. I had to be strong. I couldn't give it what it wanted. I couldn't give it my voice. I couldn't let it take my voice. Not again. Not ever. I stopped talking to people. I stayed inside. The walls felt like they were closing in. My apartment became my prison, a safe prison, but a prison nonetheless. Every sound outside was a threat. Every unexpected knock on the door made me jump, the refrigerator humming, the pipes creaking. It all sounded like whispers. My own shadow seemed to stretch and twist into strange shapes, like it was moving. It looked like something else was there, moving right behind me, always watching. I tried to tell myself it was just my mind playing tricks. The trauma, the exhaustion. My brain was trying to make sense of what it couldn't. It wanted me to be okay. But deep down, I knew. This wasn't just my imagination. This was real. This was real. This was the thing from the mountains. It found me. It had learned my voice. It had tasted my fear, and it liked it. And it was hungry. It was always hungry. And I was its next meal. It was always there, right at the edge of my senses, a cold dread. I could feel its eyes on me, even now, as I sit here, as I tell this story. It's out there, just outside the window, or maybe inside the walls, closer, waiting for me to let my guard down. Waiting for me to make a sound, waiting for me to whisper for help, just one little whisper. And if I do, if I give it that sound, then it will have me. It will take me, just like it took Gavin, just like it took his sister. And then my voice, my pleading voice, will be out there, calling to someone else, drawing them in, forever. I think about all the other people who vanished, the ones who carved "Don't listen" into the tree. Did they fight it too? Did they give up their voices? Or were they just gone? The thought makes me sick. I can't let it win. I have to be the one who stops it. I walk through my apartment now in silence. I move like a ghost, barely breathing, no TV, no music, just the hum of the fridge, and my own pounding heart. I write notes instead of speaking. I text friends when I have to. They must think I'm crazy. My vocal cords feel tight, like they're unused, like they're waiting for that sound. It's a lonely way to live, but it's my only way. My only chance, to fight it, to keep myself safe, to break the chain. I haven't heard my own voice on the phone again, not directly, not for a while, but sometimes, when I'm almost asleep, I hear it in my dreams. A faint cry, a desperate plea. "Help me," my own voice calling out, and I wake up with a jolt, sweat soaking my pajamas. My bed is cold and damp, my mouth is dry, my heart races like a hummingbird. I stare into the dark. It's still trying. It's always trying. It will never stop. It wants that sound. It wants me to give in. It wants me to be its next bait, but I won't. Not after Gavin. Not after Clara. Gavin, Clara. Their faces haunt me. Their silence screams at me. I owe it to them to fight, to not become another whisper, to stay silent. So I sit here, in the quiet, waiting, always waiting, and I pray it never gets me. I pray I can be strong enough. I pray I can break free. I had never seen that old van before, not a single time, no writing, no stickers, just a dirty white color covered in streaks of rust. It looked like it had driven through a mud pit, then forgotten for years. It coughed out smoke like someone with a bad cold, real loud too, a deep rumble that shook the quiet street. It pulled up right in front of my house that evening, just as the day was getting tired. The sun was going down, making the sky all red and orange like a giant fire. It painted the old van in strange shadows. It was 6:14, I remember that clearly, the numbers just stuck in my head. I was just sitting there, sipping my coffee, looking at my phone, trying to make the day pass. I was scrolling through old messages, not really expecting anyone to call, just wasting time like I often did. Being retired meant a lot of quiet days, more quiet than I ever thought I'd have. My divorce had left me feeling really alone, like a big piece of me was just missing. The silence in the house could get very loud sometimes. The only sounds I usually heard were from podcasts, or the crackle of the radio, or maybe a lawnmower way off in the distance. It was always so quiet, too quiet for a man who used to have a busy life. Then came the van, a grinding sound cutting through the stillness. The delivery man stepped out of the van, moving slow and heavy. He didn't even look my way, not even through the window. His head stayed down. He wasn't wearing a uniform. He didn't have a clipboard either. Just a gray hoodie and some dark gloves, looking like he didn't want to be seen. He walked up to my front door, his steps heavy on the porch. He put a big box down, just set it there, without a sound. It looked thick and old, like it had been through a lot. Then he just got back in his van, not a single word from him. He drove off, the loud engine fading into the dusk, leaving only the sound of my own breath. It was all so quick, so strange, like a dream I couldn't quite remember. My eyes stayed on the box for a long time, fixed on its cardboard skin. My mind kept telling me to leave it, to just let it sit there and wait. But my curiosity got the best of me, as it always does. It always does. It truly always does, especially when I'm bored and alone. I walked over to the door, my heart beating a little faster, a nervous drum in my chest. The box was a lot heavier than I thought it would be. It surprised me how much it weighed. It was just plain cardboard, nothing printed on it, no labels or warnings, except for one thing, one small detail that caught my eye. There was a raised, bumpy sticker right on the top, a weird texture against the smooth box. It said, "Human Circle Foundation, rediscover yourself." I even chuckled a little bit, a dry, humorless sound. It sounded like some kind of scam, one of those things you sign up for online, promising new beginnings. Maybe for lonely old people, I thought, people who might fall for anything. I probably clicked on something dumb months ago, a silly ad on the internet. I do that sometimes, when I'm feeling extra bored, looking for any kind of distraction. But when I finally opened the box, something inside me just felt different, a strange prickle on my skin. It was a weird feeling, it really was, like a chill on a warm night. Inside there was a sculpture, sitting nestled in packing peanuts. It was really beautiful, looked very old, like it was made a long, long time ago. Its surface was dark, smooth, almost black, catching the fading light. Someone had carved it so perfectly, every line and curve seemed just right. It was a person, sitting with its legs crossed, in a calm, peaceful pose. But the oddest part, the part that made me stare, was the door carved right into its chest. It was a small door, like a toy door, tiny and out of place on the figure. It was hardly noticeable at first, but once I saw it, I couldn't unsee it. Taped underneath the sculpture was a piece of paper, folded neat and small. The words on it were written so fancy, like a master wrote them, with loops and flourishes. It said, "True gifts open the door to your real self." I didn't think much about it then, just read the words and shrugged. I just put the sculpture on the fireplace mantel, right in the center of the living room. It looked nice there, it really did. A dark, silent guardian. It matched the dark wood of the mantel, seeming to fit perfectly. I grabbed an old rag from the kitchen and polished it up, wiping away any dust. I even smiled a bit at how strange it all was, the whole unexpected package. Then I went to pour myself a drink, a nice strong one to shake off the weirdness. I sat back down, trying to forget about the strange delivery, trying to put it out of my mind. That night, I barely got any sleep, not even a wink. It wasn't because of bad dreams, not like that at all. It was because of the knocks, faint and eerie in the quiet house. 3 soft taps, quiet and gentle but clear like knuckles on wood. Each tap was spaced out like someone was being polite. It was 1:30 in the morning, the darkest, deepest part of the night. So quiet, so very quiet in the house, the kind of quiet that makes your ears hurt. I tried to ignore them at first, pulling the covers higher over my head, but they came again. 3 more taps, soft but firm, polite, like someone was waiting, just standing there patiently. I slowly got out of bed, my heart doing a little flutter against my ribs. My bare feet felt cold on the floorboards, a shocking chill. I crept to the front door, my hand shaking a little, a tiny tremor. I peeked through the peephole, but I couldn't see anything, just the dark, empty porch. Taking a deep breath, I opened the door just a crack, just a sliver of light. A young woman stood there, impossibly thin and frail. She was barefoot, and her skin was very pale, almost glowing in the dark. She looked cold, shivering in the night air, her arms wrapped around herself. Her hair was stringy, clinging to her face. Her eyes didn't seem to focus on anything. They just stared past me. They looked empty, like she wasn't really there, like a doll with glass eyes. No light, no thought, just a vacant stare. "You called me," she whispered, her voice barely a breath, a dry rustle. It sent a shiver down my spine, a cold, icy trickle. "I didn't call anyone," I said back, my voice sounding shaky even to me, weak and unsure. She didn't listen. She didn't even seem to hear me. She just looked past me, into my living room, her eyes fixed. Her eyes seemed fixed on something behind me, something I couldn't see from my spot. "You said you needed me," she mumbled, a sad, broken sound. Her eyes were still on whatever was inside my house. I quickly shut the door on her, slamming it hard against the frame. I locked it, then I bolted it for good measure, every lock clicking into place. Her whisper seemed to echo down the hallway, even after the door was closed, a ghostly sound in my mind. By the next morning, I had convinced myself she was on something, high on drugs maybe. Or she was seeing things, hallucinating, talking to shadows. Maybe she had run away from a hospital or some kind of place, a special facility for troubled people. I tried to explain it all away, to make sense of the strange encounter. I tried to shake it off, to tell myself it was nothing, just a weird, isolated event. But a small knot of worry stayed in my stomach, a tight, cold ball of dread. It clung to me, a constant reminder of the night. The next night it got worse, much, much worse than before. The knocks came again, 3 more taps, soft but firm, just like the first time. It was a different person this time, a new face at my door. Older. A man, maybe in his 60s, with a face full of deep lines. He was wearing a work uniform, the kind you see on construction sites, faded and stained with dirt. His hands were rough and calloused, like he'd built things with them his whole life. He looked tired, beyond tired. His eyes were dead, just empty. They held no life, no spark, no feelings. Just empty, like looking into a deep, dark well with no bottom. "You said you wanted to make things right," he murmured, his voice a low rumble. He wasn't looking at me. He was looking past me again, just like the woman. Right at the sculpture on the mantel, his gaze fixed on it. My heart hammered in my chest, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. I slammed the door shut again, locking it tight, pushing the bolt home. I leaned against it, breathing hard, trying to catch my breath. I paced the living room, my mind racing, a million thoughts at once, none of them good. What was happening? This couldn't be real. It just couldn't be. I stopped pacing, then thought about calling the police. But what would I even say? What crazy story would I tell them? Some strange people keep knocking because of a weird sculpture. They'd think I was crazy, they'd laugh at me, or worse. They'd send me to a hospital, a place for people who see things. I didn't call them that night, I just huddled in the dark living room. But the fear was a cold, hard lump in my gut, a heavy, unmoving weight. It grew with each passing hour. The days blurred into each other. I lost track of time, waking up unsure what day it was. I started checking my emails more often, frantically searching, hoping for answers, trying to find anything odd, any clue about the Human Circle Foundation. Then the weird stuff started online, right in my own computer. My email inbox was suddenly full of strange newsletters, hundreds of them, filling up my screen. Stuff about how people's brains work, how thoughts can be planted like seeds, about how people get influenced to do things, how minds can be changed and shaped. Even articles about changing how people think and act, like some kind of mind control. It was all very strange, not like anything I'd ever signed up for, not in a million years. And then my phone started ringing. A constant, jarring sound that made me jump. It rang at all hours, day and night. Blocked numbers, always blocked, hiding who they were. When I answered, it was just static, a hissing, crackling noise. Sometimes I heard whispers deep inside the static, like faraway voices just out of reach. They sounded like a crowded room, but muffled. And once, just once, I heard Olivia's voice, my ex-wife's voice, clear as day. Olivia, my ex-wife, the one who left me feeling so empty. She was saying things I knew she would never say, cruel things, mean things. Things she knew only I would understand, our secrets, the private moments we shared. Words that only she could use to cut me so deep. It was chilling. It froze me to the bone, a terror I hadn't felt before. I asked Olivia about it later when she called me on our usual day, our once-a-week check-in. She swore she wasn't doing it. She sounded confused, genuinely confused. Her voice sounded worried, concerned for me. I didn't tell her about the whispers, just that I was getting weird calls. I couldn't make her think I was crazy too. All this time, the sculpture just sat on the mantel, dark and silent. It looked so innocent, like it couldn't be causing any trouble, like a harmless little thing. Its dark surface seemed to absorb the light, making the room feel colder. But I knew better. I felt it in my bones, a cold certainty. I felt it. I knew it was the cause of all this madness. Day 3 came, and 2 people showed up at my door, a new kind of terror. They were arguing with each other on my lawn, shouting and gesturing wildly. One man was screaming that I had stolen something from him, his face red with fury. He looked so angry, so full of rage, like he wanted to tear me apart. The other person, a woman, was sobbing, tears streaming down her face. She cried that I had promised her a place to stay, shelter, a safe place from the world. She looked so sad, so broken, like all hope was gone from her eyes. They both kept looking at the sculpture, their eyes drawn to it, almost worshipping it. They were whispering strange apologies to it, or curses, I couldn't tell which, their voices low and guttural. It was like they weren't even talking to me, but to the thing in my house, to the silent, carved figure. It was insane, truly insane, a nightmare come to life on my front lawn. I felt like I was watching a play, but I was the only audience. I tried calling the police then, desperate for help, my hand shaking on the phone. They came, took my statement, but they didn't find anyone on the street, not a single person. They looked at me with strange eyes, like I was making it up. They drove a patrol car past my house once more. Then they were gone, just vanished. No help at all. I was on my own, completely alone in this terror. I knew I had to get rid of it. I had to remove it from my house. I picked up the sculpture, grunting under its unexpected weight. It was heavier than it looked. My arms ached, muscles straining. I walked it out to the trash cans on the curb, my heart pounding in my ears. I lifted the lid and dropped it inside, a hollow thud that echoed in the quiet street. I closed the lid, then turned and walked back inside, a strange mix of fear and relief. The house felt lighter, less suffocating already. I spent the rest of the day trying to calm myself, telling myself it was over. I made a simple dinner, but my appetite was gone. I just wanted the next day to come, for proof it was truly gone. The next morning, I walked outside, still feeling a little scared, but also relieved. A huge weight lifted from my shoulders. The trash cans were empty, the garbage truck had come during the night. All of them, every single one, the cans stood bare. Except for one thing, one chilling thing, one horrifying thing that made my blood run cold. The sculpture was sitting on my porch, right where the delivery man had left it, perfect, untouched, as if it had never left. It sat there, silently mocking me, and taped to it was a small, sticky note, white and innocent looking. It just said, "Property cannot be removed." You know that, like an old friend telling me something obvious, something I should have known. My hands started to shake, uncontrollably, my whole body trembling. I pulled out my laptop, my fingers fumbling on the keys. I could barely type. I was going to find out about this Human Circle Foundation. I was going to get answers. I typed it into the search bar, my heart pounding, a frantic drum in my chest. The website was blank, just a white page, nothing at all, no text, no images, nothing to explain. I found a phone number listed on an old directory, but it was disconnected, a dead end. I tried searching for forum threads, anything, any mention of it online, hoping someone else knew. I found one or two mentions of gifts showing up at people's homes, quick flashes of similar stories. But the accounts were deleted, gone without a trace, like they never existed. The posts were archived, hidden away, deep in old corners of the internet. Whole threads were locked down, hidden away, like someone didn't want anyone to talk about this. It was like someone didn't want anyone to talk about this, to share their experiences. A deep, dark secret was being kept. That night, I was shaking with anger and fear, a wild mix of feelings swirling inside me. I grabbed a hammer from the garage, the heaviest one I had, its head cold and hard in my hand. I was going to smash that thing. I was going to destroy it for good. I carried the hammer into the living room, my steps heavy and determined. The sculpture sat there, silently waiting, almost daring me. I lifted the hammer high, my arms straining with effort. I swung the hammer down with all my strength, again and again, a furious rhythm of blows. I heard cracks, saw chips fly off, bits of the dark material shattering. I smashed it until it was in tiny pieces, just dust scattered across the rug. I knelt there, panting, looking at the broken bits. It felt like I had won, a small victory against the growing dread. I cleaned up the mess, sweeping every last fragment into a dustpan. I threw the dust into the deepest part of the trash can, covering it with old coffee grounds. The next morning, I crept out into the living room, my heart in my throat. My breath caught in my throat. I couldn't breathe, a gasp of disbelief. The sculpture was back on the mantel, perfect, pristine, like I had never touched it, not even a scratch on its smooth surface. It sat there, silently mocking me, unbroken and impossible. A cold despair settled over me, heavy and suffocating. This thing, it was truly impossible. It defied all logic. I barricaded the front door, dragging furniture in front of it, heavy chairs and tables forming a wall. I nailed boards over the windows, every single one, blocking out the light. I stopped answering the knocks. I pretended not to hear them anymore, but they kept coming, soft, polite, then louder, a steady thudding, then just silence, a pause before they started again. Dozens of them now, I counted them, more every night. I saw them out there, through the cracks in the boards, their pale faces like ghosts, silent, waiting. They formed a silent line, a strange, unmoving crowd. They didn't try to break in, they just stood there, like statues, unmoving, watching my house. Day and night, a constant vigil, their eyes fixed on my home. Their faces were pale, their eyes empty, just like the first two visitors. They never moved unless I looked away for too long. Then they'd shift, just a little, like shadows. I started to see new ones joining their ranks each day. I stopped showering, stopped changing my clothes. The smell of fear and stale air filled the house. My beard grew long, my hair matted. I was trapped. a prisoner in my own home. I ate what little food I had left, cold and straight from the can. Every creak of the house, every rustle of leaves outside made me jump. Then a letter came, a new terror, slipped under my front door. No stamp, no return address, just a plain white envelope. It was slipped neatly under my front door, a stark white against the dark wood. I picked it up with shaking hands, my fingers trembling, barely able to hold it. It was just one sentence, chillingly short and direct. You opened the door. They can smell you now. The words were chilling. They seeped into my bones, a cold dread. They confirmed what I had been fearing, that this was all real. I didn't know how long I stayed locked inside that house. Days turned into weeks, weeks into months. Days, maybe. Weeks, maybe even months. The passage of time meant nothing. Time blurred together, every day a repeat of the last. My food started to run out. The hunger gnawed at me, a constant ache. My mind felt like it was turning inside out. I was losing my grip on reality. I talked to myself. I shouted at the walls, my voice hoarse and raw. I screamed at the silent figures outside, begging them to leave, to just go away. But they just stood there, unmoving, unwavering. I tried to think about Olivia, my ex-wife, the one person I had left. She had called a few times, worried, her voice full of concern for me. But I couldn't even explain this to her. How could I make her understand? She'd think I was losing my mind, and maybe I was. Maybe I truly was, slipping away. I imagined her face, full of pity, full of fear. The boards on the windows started to rot, damp and soft. The house grew colder, dust gathered everywhere. The air grew thick and heavy, like something was pressing down on me. I saw them out there, through the cracks in the boards, their pale faces like ghosts. They seemed to get closer each day, just a tiny bit. One day, I saw something new, something even more terrifying than the figures outside. The sculpture's chest, that little door I'd seen when I first opened the box. It was open now, just a tiny crack at first, almost invisible. It seemed to breathe, to expand slightly. Then it slowly opened wider, like a slow yawn, a dark mouth. And from inside, something was peeking back at me, two dark eyes, gleaming in the gloom. It wasn't people, not like the ones outside, not pale and still. It was something else, something not human, something ancient and wrong, a shadow from another place. It felt curious, like a child looking at a new toy, eager and innocent, and hungry, very hungry, a deep, consuming hunger. My mind went blank, just empty, all thoughts gone. The last thing I remember was a cold, sinking feeling, a heavy dread in my soul. I had thought I was the one inviting them in, that I had some control over it all. But I was wrong, so very wrong, a terrible, crushing realization. I hadn't been inviting them in, not at all. I had been invited by them, chosen for something. And then everything went black, a sudden, final darkness, like a switch flipped. No pain, no sound, just nothing. Just nothing. A quiet end to everything. They found the house 6 months later, cold and empty, a silent shell. It was empty, just a shell of what it once was. The police walked through it, looking for me, their boots creaking on the floor. All my furniture was still there, everything in its place covered in a thick layer of dust. Even the lights were still on, like I'd just stepped out, like I'd be back any minute, but I never would be. But where the sculpture used to stand, on the fireplace mantel, there was only a thin layer of dust, not a speck of anything else. And footprints, faint marks in the dust, leading away. Barefoot footprints, leading away from the house, right out the front door, silent and clear. They were too many for just one person. They went into the woods behind my home, deep into the trees, disappearing from sight. And as they went, they multiplied, more and more of them, spreading out into the trees, a silent, growing crowd. They covered the forest floor, a ghostly march. They never found me, they never did, I was gone forever. But sometimes, even now, wherever I am, I swear I still hear new knocks, soft and clear, distinct in the silence. 3 soft taps, always 3, always the same rhythm, polite and patient. And this time, I know what it means. I understand completely, deeply. It's my turn to answer. My turn to join them. Forever.